All right, good morning. I'm going to call to order the special magistrate hearing. Today is already November 1st by Verizon's time. It's 9:05. If I could request the folks in the back, if you could make that box a little bit bigger, so we thank you very much. First thing I'm going to do is give you a little bit about the process. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for this morning's hearing. I think nearly all these are violation hearings. There's some police cases and some fine mitigations later on, but for the morning's hearing, when you hear your case called, come to the podium on my right. The city staff will come to the podium on my left. The city will present its case, put on any evidence, any testimony that it wishes. You will then have an opportunity when they're finished to present any evidence, any testimony you have, and at the end of that, I'll make a final ruling. First thing I'm going to do is swear anybody in who's here to testify on any cases, including all the city code officers. So if you could all stand and raise your right hands for me, I'll swear you all in at the same time. Gentleman in the black in the third row, are you going to speak on any cases? Could you stand and raise your right hand for me? Do you all swear from to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. And with that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 9619 O Street, CE 230906559. Number 9619 O Street or 0 Street.
Good morning, Officer Luster in for Officer Levine. This was a rental license and certificate of use case and evidence of engaging in business without the license. And upon the inspection of the property, one of the units on the property was illegally converted. So the case basically is not going to be approved for the license. And Officer Levine has turned it over to the building department in regards to the illegal conversion. So it technically, for the rental license, it can be dismissed because we're not going to issue the license.
So is that both sections then can be dismissed, or is there still a violation for engaging in the business?
They still have one of the units occupied, but at this point in time, it is not going to be issued the license.
So in other words, you're still going forward with the case today?
You're going forward with the case
very
today.
Good, very good. Okay,
Yes.
not a problem. Okay, so let me go through some of my questions, please.
Okay.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by certified mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Notice of violation sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Notice of violation posted at City Hall?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe that we have at least a photograph of,
That's of the posting online.
posting.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's a posting of this notice of violation for this case at this address, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I believe we have I'm sorry, I can't see. I believe we have screenshots of the evidence of renting. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm just looking at them. Thank you.
Okay.
And that was something that was accessed contemporaneously with this case, to your knowledge?
Well, Officer Levine went there for the initial inspection, and that's when the evidence of the illegal conversion was noticed.
Mhm.
So he spoke with the property owners
Yes.
and explained the fact that he couldn't approve something that was not approvable.
Okay. And so what is it that you're asking for in terms of the amount of days and a daily fine?
Well, in reference to the fact that they cannot obtain the license, I'm going to request that they be able to give 6 months in order to bring the property into compliance, and after that, $100 per day.
Okay, very good. You believe that 6 months is a reasonable amount of time to potentially get this unit reconfigured, or whatever the term is, to bring it into compliance, to then bring all of these potential violations into compliance?
Correct. From what I understand, it's a garage, correct? that was converted into a living space,
It was.
correct?
It was
Okay.
converted.
Okay, so 6 months, one moment, I'm sorry. So 6 months is,
6
you
months
believe
should
is
be enough
reasonable?
time for them to get back with the building department, turn whatever they turned into this particular living space back to the original state, and get the property properly licensed.
Very good, thank you. And this is a picture of the subject property?
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right, very good.
That's the front portion of the property, and the other portion is in the rear of the property, correct?
Okay. And you believe that these photos truthfully and accurately depict and represent this property and the backyard structure, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, pop-up printout sheet, photographs, and any underlying documents relied upon, including the rental license application and any building reviews.
All right, thank you. Your names for the record?
Carrie Hirapara?
Parish Hirapara.
All right, and you're the property owners, that's correct, right?
Yes.
Okay. So I guess just explain to me, you converted a garage into a rental space, is that what you did?
We did not. 5 years ago, we purchased the property and it had already been converted.
Okay,
We had also, when we went through the contract process with the previous owner, he also gave us a signed contract stating that all the property had been properly permitted. So the permits within the record, the public record, is very incomplete. It's a 100-year-old house, so it doesn't have complete records. So we didn't have anything to go on to know that that had not been permitted by the previous owner. And then we have permitted anything that we have done since. As soon as we knew that it hadn't been permitted, first we contacted the previous owner, but also we applied for the permits on that very day to try to get into compliance. It's our goal to be in complete compliance, and we had no knowledge that we were not.
okay, and it sounds like the city's willing to give you quite a bit of time, because it sounds like there's gonna be a little bit of work to unwind what was unpermitted, to get it so that you can get the rental licenses that you need to operate, the way that you're trying to operate. The 6 months, you think you can accomplish that in that time frame?
Yes,
Okay,
and we'd like to continue to rent the other portion of the property while we do that.
so I guess I'll look to the city. They probably can't do that without,
Not
The
without,
approved-
not without the license.
It would be an extreme hardship, and we would be unable to properly maintain the property in that situation.
is it just the garage? It has to be unwound or whatever conversion was done,
Yes.
undone?
Yes, it's just the garage. That's when building has to get involved, because if it's plumbing that's connected to the front house or power connected to the front house, then code enforcement, we don't have a way of understanding that or legally allowing something to be connected without it being connected. You understand what I'm saying? So building would have to go and sort of like give it a pass, saying that that's an individual. The front house is individual. It's not connected to the garage and for the utilities. And if that can be cleared up with building, then yes, the license for the front portion would be able to be given. But
Okay.
until that part happens through building, then I don't see where we can actually do that.
Right, because you're still in the quandary of you can't
Right.
issue the rental license. Okay. So I guess the best thing for you to do is get with the building department as quickly as you can to,
It's been
We have,
almost
yeah.
3
We-
weeks,
We
Okay.
submitted permits about 3 weeks ago, an application for permits.
and we've had no
We haven't
response.
seen an approval yet for at least the permits. And then we wrote to the building department, and they told us the process is we have to go get an engineer to draw plans for the back unit, and we have to submit that to the building department, get approval from the building department, which could take 1 to 2 months.
that's if you intend to keep it the way that it is, correct?
That's right.
The other option would be to undo,
It-
I don't know
wouldn't-
I don't know if it's a room or what it exactly
We
is,
wouldn't even
but,
know what to undo. It's been
because you
so
don't know what they
long
did,
that
yeah,
It's been
okay.
the way it is.
Well,
Okay.
initially it was a garage. So most garages don't have kitchen facilities in them.
There's no
So-
kitchen facility.
Exactly. And that's exactly one of the reasons why it cannot ever be a rentable unit, because there's no kitchen.
We're not trying to rent it on its own.
Right, okay. But that's been converted into a living space that really cannot be a living space, so that's why building's involved.
All right. Well, six months is plenty of time for you to get it sorted out. I would encourage you just keep in communication with the building department to make sure that you're addressing whatever comments they have in terms of your permit application, and so that you keep the process moving as quickly as you can. But again, to the code officer's point, here today, I can't tell you, because I don't know the answer to that either. That's the building official's determination as to what was done to what should be uninhabitable space, to either get it permitted or get it reverted back to what it was prior to the conversion. So I'm going to grant the city's request. The one thing I'm going to ask you is the documents on the screen. You obviously received notice because you're here this morning. Do you have any objection to the city's evidentiary case file, those documents being entered?
No.
It's the photographs, the notice documents for today's hearing. Okay, with that, I'll enter in case CE 23090659, the city's evidentiary case file, as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there was good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the documents in the case file that the respondents are in violation of sections 2232A, 22441, and 82151, and I'll require compliance within 180 days, the equivalent of 6 months, or a fine of $100 a day will be assessed for each day thereafter. So keep in touch with the building department. 6 months should be more than enough time, but keep in touch with them so you can get it moving forward quickly. Okay, best of luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case, number 11, 1401 Village Boulevard, 627 CE 23090762, number 11.
Special Magistrate, I'm not sure if this respondent was sworn in. Were you sworn in, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Good morning, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance Officer Paul McFarland. On September 28th, the property at 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 627, was cited for a rental license violation. Plumbing fixtures in need of repair. Certificate of use and repair and maintenance of stove. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted October 19th. Certified mail was sent September 28th, as well as regular mail. Certified mail was received on October 23rd. I did make contact with the property manager yesterday. He left me a message stating that he was requesting more time to address the plumbing issue and the bathroom stopper in the master bathroom. He did confirm that the stove was replaced. So with that being said, City's recommending 30 days to bring the property into full compliance, or $200 a day until compliance is achieved.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent, you know, the rooms in this property that are problematic?
Yes.
And then what is it about
Okay,
something's
what-
going
what-
wrong
what needs
that
to be
you believe
done,
is a violation?
At the time of the rental inspection, it was found that the stovetop was not functioning properly. There were portions that were not getting hot or warm at all. So he did try to repair it, but it did not get the satisfaction that we were required. So I did suggest that he replace it. He did verbalize to me yesterday that did replace the stove, and then the faucet in the tub was not working at the time of inspection. And there's also a stopper in the master bathroom for the draining of the sink. That still has not been repaired, is the draining of the sink, but the fixtures in that, the guest bathroom there have been repaired, but we're just waiting for the rest of the plumbing to be fixed as in the master bathroom. So once he completes that, the property should be in full compliance and pass the rental inspection, and then the rental license can be said issued.
Okay, the last photograph that popped up was the filter at the something at the bottom of the fridge.
Just a cover on the fridge just needs to be popped back on.
Okay,
I did pop that back in, but
very good. And
it's fine.
thank you. And 30 days a reasonable time to get these things done.
More than enough.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and rental license application, and any and all other documents relied upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, sir, for the record?
Scott Daniels.
And what's your relation to O&U LLC?
I'm the property manager.
Okay. All right, so you've heard what the city has said. You've seen the photographs on the screen. Anything you'd like to add?
No, I agree with everything.
Okay, sounds like you already replaced, are you the one who left the message for the code officer yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you already replaced the stove?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so all you have to do is fix the rest of the plumbing issues? Okay. You think 30 days you can get that seems like more than enough time, but,
Absolutely. Next couple of days it'll be done.
okay, very good. Anything further from you, sir?
No, ma'am.
Just one question. Any objection to the evidentiary case file being entered into the record, the notice documents for today's hearing and the photographs?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. With that, in case CE 2309-0762, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that there's good service for this morning's hearing, as well as the delivery confirmation and signed certified mail. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 18103G, 22441, 2232A, and 18103I, and I'll require a respondent to comply within 30 days or a $200 a day fine will be assessed. Best of luck to you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have anyone else here for a matter?
What?
It looks like it's gonna be have to call later.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else here for a matter? Okay.
Sir, are you here for a matter? Oh, excellent. Oh, welcome aboard.
Okay, so we'll go through the agenda. Number 1 is rescheduled, 500 Baker Drive, CE 230907080. Number 2, 620 46th Street, CE 230907060.
Good morning. Sandy Mills, Co-Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on September 27, 2023. Property address is 620 46th Street. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on September 28, 2023. Certified mail was signed for on October 2nd, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on October 20, 2023. I have been in contact with the property owner as well as the resident of the property. The property was cited for number incorrectness, as well as landscape maintenance, open areas, swale maintenance, outdoor storage, clean and sanitary, paint, as well as inoperative vehicle. As of yesterday, some of the violations have been in compliance, so the city is asking for an additional 30 days and $100 per day if complete compliance is not achieved. So the only thing that has been complied as of yesterday is the landscape maintenance, as well as the swale maintenance.
So that's 94-442C1 and 78-94C?
I'm sorry, 7894C and 18106K.
18-106A, okay.
Okay, some questions, please. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
There is.
And does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
It does.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you have observed?
They do.
And for the record, for the remaining violations that you believe constitute violations, can you please tell us for the record what it is you've observed?
Sure. Okay, so for the number incorrectness, they have 620 and a half when it should be a whole number. I told the resident, who is a family member of the owner, that he needs to get with the coordinator for the city in order to get the information, because he told me that the posting that I sent left, his sister took it and left with it, so he doesn't have the information. But I left it in my card. The open area, I pointed out to him where we still need sod on the property, as well as the storage, which is right in front of the vehicles. He said that he's still unpacking. Clean and sanitary, the building still has, it's basically still dirty in the front. He did attempt to paint on the side, and the vehicle is still inoperative. He mentioned that it needs some kind of transmission work, and 30 days would be sufficient.
So just a couple of questions with respect to the housing number with the half in it. Did you confirm within the city in some manner that the half is not appropriate? How do you know that?
That is correct. The addressing coordinator informed me that the city is no longer doing half addresses, and that's one of the violations that I've been citing for ever since I started. Any half address has to be out, and they should be given a full address.
Okay, and we saw a picture where it says 620. How does that not comply?
It's 2 units, sorry. They have
Okay.
one in the back, and on one of the mailbox, you'll see 620 and a half.
Okay, all right, very good. And I didn't catch the outdoor storage. What's going on with that?
The outdoor storage, they have a few boxes to the right, which is actually in front of the vehicles, in which it's a whole bunch of stuff. It's stacked high. It was there yesterday. You can see right there.
Okay, very
And he
good.
mentioned that those are still stuff that he needs to unpack
Okay.
since they recently moved in.
And you indicated about there was some painting in the structure. What is
That-
different about clean and sanitary, if anything?
Okay, so the structure, they have stains on it. He was able to paint over a few of it, but in the front, it's still stained and smeared. And even on the door, you can see it's all marked up.
Okay. So otherwise, it's nothing about the actual grounds itself for clean and sanitary? It's not trash and debris, it's not
No,
anything else?
it's yeah, it's mostly the structure.
Okay, and then you had indicated that 94-442C1 is now in compliance, is that accurate?
That is correct.
And 78-94C is also now in compliance, is that correct?
That's correct.
Excellent. And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time within which to bring these alleged violations into compliance?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and that's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the record, respondent is not present in this case. In CE 23090760, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the signed certified mail that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the photographs in the evidentiary case file that respondents are in violation of sections 34102A, 18106G, 18106A, 9471C, and 7866, and I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day the violation remains thereafter.
Next case number 3705 47th Street, CE 23090750.
Good morning, Sunny Mills Code Compliance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited on September 27, 2023. Service was accomplished by certified mail sent on September 27, 2023. Certified mail was returned on September 29, 2023. In addition, both the property and City Hall were posted on October 20, 2023. I have been in contact with the agent that posted the property on Zillow, and they informed me that they received the letter and they applied for the rental license 3 weeks ago. However, it's not showing in the system because they're being cited for not having a rental license or certificate of use. It's not showing in the system, so I'm requesting an additional 30 days for compliance and $150 a day if compliance is not achieved.
Did you say 100 or 150?
150.
150, thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
There is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by first-class mail?
It does.
And I saw photographs of a for rent sign. Are those photographs a truthful and accurate depiction of this alleged property for this case, for these alleged violations?
They are.
And are those photographs for the for rent sign, are they contemporaneous with this case?
That's correct.
Okay. So they show October 20th. And as of your most recent review or inspection, is it still for rent, do you know? In other words, are the signs still up?
The sign is still there, and I showed a period from September to October, so the last clipping was from yesterday where the rent actually decreased from the original 4,000 something to 3,000 something.
Okay. All right, thank you. And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time to bring this into compliance?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and any and all other documents relied upon.
Thank you. For the record, respondent is not present in this case. In CE 23090750, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the photographs in the case file that the respondents are in violation of sections 22-441 and 2232A. And I'll require compliance within 30 days or a $150 a day fine for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Number 4727 Tuscaloosa Street, CE 231000827.
Good morning. John Frosco, West Palm Beach Code. This property was cited for repeat violation for overgrowth and the cleanup of the property.
I'm going to interrupt. Can we take a 1 minute break, please?
Yes, ma'am. We'll stand recessed for 1 minute.
Thank you, Special Magistrate. We'd like to go forward.
All right, with that, we'll resume at 9:36.
Okay. When it was cited for a repeat violation in the notice, there was a typo in what the case was founded on. So it was based on a prior adjudicated case, CE 23060219. And then when I put it, I guess when I put it in the system, I put in 0217. So our city attorney believes that because it's the incorrect case number that was put, that it was based on for that property, that we won't hear the repeat, so we'll strike it.
Okay.
I don't believe that it invalidates the case because it is a prior adjudicated case of noncompliance. But in this case, then the city will be asking that because we asked for an abatement, if it's non-complied, that we put in an order of abatement. This property is unsanitary and overgrown and needs to be cut and clean as a remedy.
All right, I guess I don't think that you got all the way through your notice steps. So go ahead and I don't think I heard all the notice. So go ahead and go through your testimony about how you effectuated service.
Oh, the service, the property was posted, and City Hall was posted, and certified mail was sent. Notice was sent out on October 10th of 2023. October 11th of 2023, the property was posted on, and City Hall was posted on October 11th of 2023.
All right, some more questions. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
Okay. And the photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Absolutely.
And it looks like this is a residential property, and can you confirm for the record, is it a vacant property?
It's vacant. I believe the owner has passed away. I asked the law department to check for me. Usually if it's in probate, they have an attorney and a contact information. There's nothing to this point. So
Okay.
usually if there is an attorney, I can email them or call them and say, hey, this is what's going on, and they usually get it straightened out, but not in this case.
So the notice was sent out pursuant to what's listed in the current PAPA website?
Correct.
All right, very good. And so we're not going forward on 2635B. We are going forward on 74-4C5 and 74-4C3. Is that correct?
Yes,
As
we're not going
as a
forward just
non-repeat?
on the repeat violation.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. I'm
We're not
sorry.
going forward on the
Right.
repeat violation per the city attorney's requirement.
Okay. And can you tell us what it is you have observed at the property that leads you to believe these are alleged violations?
The property is severely overgrown, and there's vegetative debris, and there will be even more debris when the contractor goes in to cut and clean it.
Okay, so severely overgrown. What is so we can
That's it.
see that it's, certainly the grass is growing up into seed and weed. Are you alleging that the bushes, the trees, anything else?
No, just currently the grass is overgrown and there's vegetative debris. That's it.
Okay. And so, what are you asking for today?
An abatement, an immediate abatement. It's a repeat violation.
It is,
So as soon as I get the order, I'll write up the
okay, we're not going forward on a repeat today, so,
Correct.
but you still want an immediate abatement.
right.
And what do you believe about this particular overgrowth and vegetation that rises to the level of a health, safety,
Two
and
things,
welfare
by the way
concern?
it looks like an attractive nuisance, which is one problem. The second problem is that filth attracts a lot of bugs, rats, rodents, insects, and the quicker I get it cleaned, the safer it'll be for the city.
Okay. And have you had any communication with anybody since posting the notice of violation?
I'm sorry?
Have you had any communication from anybody since posting the notice of violation?
No, I haven't.
Have you seen any progress of any kind?
No, I haven't.
Is that the same site or is that a different site?
That is the next case.
Okay.
Don't ask me how that got in there, I don't know.
It just looked, couldn't imagine that was the front of the other building that was, okay, I just want to be sure. Thank you.
That's the property.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including but not limited to the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
That's all that needs to be shown, Monique, is the end file, the end result.
So all you need from me today is authorization to do an immediate abatement?
Yes, ma'am.
No fines, no nothing, just
Right,
authorization to abate?
We can't find it based on a repeat violation because we struck that.
Okay, and just so I'm clear, you believe that the grass and weeds, the height of the overgrowth amounts to a health, safety, welfare issue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. For the record, respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file in case CE 23-100827 as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city code officer that the respondent's in violation of section 74-4C5 and 74-4C3. And I'll find that those violations amount to health, safety, welfare violations, and I'll authorize the city to do an immediate abatement. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 5, 837 Hillcrest Boulevard, CE 23090759.
This property was also cited for a repeat violation based on an adjudicated case of non-compliance. That case was CE 2306017. The property is overgrown and there's excessive debris and debris that will be, when the contractor goes in to cut and clean it. Why is Tuscaloosa in there? That's Hillcrest. I visited the property this morning and found no compliance with the property.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the
Property was posted and noticed on September 27th of 2023. Certified mail and regular mail was sent on September 27th of 2023.
And I apologize if I'd misheard. City Hall was posted?
City Hall was posted and the property was posted.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations
They do.
that you've observed at the property?
They do.
Is this a vacant property?
We're requesting an abatement on this property.
Is this a vacant property?
It is a vacant property.
Thank you.
This property too, the owner has passed away and nothing in probate.
Was the notice of violation sent using the current pop-up printout information?
Yes, it was.
Does the notice of violation reflect the underlying case number that you
Yes, it does.
testified to?
That was a case that I had cited to take into a hearing and got an adjudication for, and requested 15 days or an abatement, and the city abated the property and complied it.
And
So there's no question, I mean, that this is a repeat violation based on a non-compliant case prior.
do you know when approximately the abatement occurred and compliance was achieved under the last case?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Do you know approximately when the case came into compliance in the underlying case due to the abatement that was done?
I don't have that information before me. The city contractor complied it. I wrote the I signed off on the invoice when it came in and processed it.
Okay. What is it about, so again, you're seeing overgrowth. We see that in the photo here of the lawn going to weed and seed. And
And there's debris just strewn throughout the property. There's some on the sidewalk. And then again, with the height of the grass, there's gonna be a lot of debris from that job.
but there's, okay, the debris that will result from doing the job is not something that exists right now, though, right?
One goes hand in hand with the other.
I respectfully disagree, actually. If it's not there now, it's not an alleged violation right now. It doesn't
It
exist.
is an issue, and I meant it as an issue because people mow the lawn and then they leave the hay there and it stays on the property. So in order to accomplish one, you have to do another. So they go hand in hand. In other words, there's no way to do that, to cut that lawn unless they mulch it. So if they mulch it, then it would be complied, but they don't, and then the hay stays there and they gotta clean it up. So in order to comply with one violation, you can't create another. So, but there is debris on the property. If you want to make that a technicality, then what will happen is in the future, that they'll cut the lawn, they'll leave the hay, and then we'll have that issue.
Can you please remind us for the record what remedy you're seeking today?
We're requesting an abatement.
Can you please support your testimony?
That property is and will be an unsanitary property and a problem with the community because of the overgrowth, the unsanitary conditions, the look that it is an abandoned, vacant, attractive nuisance to the neighborhood, which allows kids to look at it and say, no one's there, we'll play, we'll do whatever we want.
Do you believe that the current condition of the landscaping and the yard will be an attraction to pests and other insects? And
Sure. The overall condition of the property states that.
do you believe that that rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation?
Absolutely, it does.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the file, including the notice of violation, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, notice of violation, affidavit of posting. Thank you.
All right, thank you. For the record, the respondent is not present. The underlying case, what was the case number? Was it a 23 case or a 21 case? I don't think I heard you.
23 case,
Okay.
CE 23060-217.
Okay, certainly within the last 5 years. I just wanted to verify
Oh,
that.
yes.
Thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 23090759, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the city code officer that the respondent's in repeat violation of section 2635B, 74-4C3, 74-4C5, and 18-215B for the conditions on the property, the overgrowth, and the cleaning to the center of the right-of-way.
And so for the repeat violation, because I would like to make this a chronic nuisance because I see it happening again, is to ask for $100 a day until we can comply the property. Now, if someone takes hold of the property and they comply it sooner than I can get a contractor to abate it, then it would be good for them. But I'll get the contractor on as soon as possible, not to perpetuate a fine, a continual fine to make it higher. You follow that logic? In other words,
Yeah, I guess my concern is authorizing an immediate abatement.
well, then the fine would to their benefit, because if I don't abate it immediately, the fines are going to continue to run until, and it is a repeat of violations, so they're supposed to comply immediately. We don't.
So
give them
when
any
do you want
time.
that fine starting?
From the time that I cited it, September 27th. So everything that I'm saying is actually to their benefit, because if I comply it quicker than they do, it stops the fine quicker from running and doesn't perpetuate this. So If they get your notice and they say, oh, we have to do it before I can get the contractor, because it does take time to get the contractor and the work order written up and that together, so it's not a simple process. So they may be able to get it done before the city contractor gets it done. So an immediate abatement is actually to the city's benefit, but to the property's owner's benefit.
Right, I understand that because it stops the fine running. So does the city attorney have the total amount of days that is from the first observation on 9/27 to today?
I don't have a calendar in front of me.
There were 31 days in October, right? You said September 27th was the first date you witnessed it?
Is that 31?
The special magistrate, once you finish the calculation,
It would be
Do you have a
32
date
days.
calculated?
I'm doing it now. I just.
based on this
But-
additional
But Magistrate,
testimony,
wouldn't it just run concurrently until I get, and then when I put the affidavit in, do you know what I mean? Unless you want to make it finite, the 32
No, it would
days.
continue running, but it needs to be typically the orders specify a fine in the amount of X number of dollars from September 27th,
okay.
27th through today, and continuing until either you abate it or they remedy the violation.
Till today, it's 35 days. From the 27th till today is 35 days.
Thank you.
special magistrate, before you enter your order, based on the additional testimony, I'll have to submit additional records when you're ready.
Okay, go ahead.
So we would also like to submit the underlying case number, notice of violation, order, and any documents evidencing compliance. Thank you.
All right, so essentially you're asking for $3,500 fine and continuing until either the city abates or the respondent cures the violation and authorization to abate. Okay. Anything further from the city on this one?
I just wanted to say that we do bear in mind the property owner and their situation, and to reiterate that, we want to establish a fine against the property because this is a violation to the city, but I'm not going to perpetuate that fine so long as I can get them in there and get it complied.
You're going to get it cleaned up abated as quickly as you can, is what
Right.
you're saying. Okay. All right, in case, I'll restate, just so the record is clear, in case CE 23090759, I've entered the city's evidentiary case file, which now also includes the additional evidence as submitted by the city attorney, without objection as Composite Exhibit 1. I've found previously, and that stands, that the affidavit of posting gives you good service for today's hearing. Again, that the respondents are in repeat violation of sections 2635B, 74-4C3, 74-4C5, and 18215B. I'll find that the repeat violation was first observed on September 27th and continues through today, so that's a total of 35 days. So I'll assess a fine for that repeat violation in the amount of $3,500 and continuing until the violation is cured, the violations are cured. I'll also authorize, based on the testimony, that the violations constitute health, safety, welfare violation. I'll authorize the city to abate the violations as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 6, 1041 Grant Street, CE 231000825.
Number 6 and 7 has complied.
Number 7 is complied, 430 16th Street, CE 230900741. Number 8, 815 Flamingo Drive, CE 230900709.
Good morning. Officer Luster in for Officer Levine. This property was cited for rental license and certificate of use. The property was posted on 10/6/23. No application in the system at this time, and there's been no contact with property owner. Asking for 30 days or $100 per day after.
Did you say 100 or
Yes, ma'am.
200?
100.
Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And was City Hall posted with the notice of violation?
Yes, ma'am. 10-6.
And I believe we had a printout of a rental.
Yes, ma'am.
There we go. And is it your understanding that that is a contemporaneous or updated printout at the time that this notice of violation was also generated?
Yes, ma'am.
And in your most recent review or inspection, do you see that it is still being offered for rent?
Yes, ma'am, it is. It's still out for
Okay.
rent.
And we just saw a photograph. Is that a truthful and accurate photograph of this property for this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And the alleged violation that you've observed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said that there's been no application as of your most recent review?
Checked this morning. No
Okay.
application in the system.
And do you believe that 30 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. For the record, in case CE 23090709, respondent is not present, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that respondents are in violation of section 2232A and 22441. And I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 10, 8300 Bobolink Drive, CE 230900617.
Officer Luster in for Officer Levine. This property was cited for non-rental license and no certificate of use. The property in City Hall was posted on 10/6/2023. No application in system and no contact. I'm asking for the 30 days or $100 per day.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
And I believe we saw a screenshot.
Mhm.
If we can bring that one up again.
Of the advertisement and of the property itself.
Okay, the advertisement reflects, I'm sorry, I can't see it.
Moving too fast.
There it is, 8300 Bobolink.
Yes, ma'am.
And when was your most recent review?
This morning in the system, no application in the
And you see that it's also still for rent
Yes,
as of
ma'am.
this morning, very good. And I believe there was a photograph of posting. That's an accurate photograph of posting of this particular property for this case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. You believe the 30 days is reasonable?
Mm-hmm. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs. And the online printout of the rental.
Screenshot. Mm-hmm.
Screenshot.
Uh-oh, mine went black. Oh, there it goes. Could I see the affidavit of posting? Thank you. I think I missed it the first time. Thank you very much. Okay. All right, in case CE 23090617, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of city staff as well as the evidentiary case file that the respondent's in violation of sections 2232A and 22441. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day that the violation continues thereafter.
Thank you.
Number 12, 1121 8th Street, CE 2308053.
That's perfect timing. Okay. Officer Luster, West Palm Code. Property in City Hall was posted on 10/18/2023. The property was cited for location of address and contrasting color, clean and sanitary condition of the entirety of the property, overgrowth of the property, obstruction of right-of-way, sidewalk, and reasonable standards of general upkeep of property. I'm asking for abatement on all of the overgrowth issues, and I'm asking for 30 days in regards to the address characters, or $100 per day after that. Have no contact with the property owner, and the property is a safety hazard.
Okay, so bear with us. It was a very large printout on the agenda. It's very
Yeah,
difficult to
That's the
follow.
new
So
system.
we're going to go back through a couple of things. First of all, is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by certified and regular mail?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And let me just go, it might just be easier to go down what we have. So the numbering standards, why is it an alleged violation?
There's no complete address on the property, and it's so overgrown on the property, you really don't see the few address numbers that are there.
Oh, okay, all right. Clean and sanitary, 18106A.
And clean and sanitary, meaning the overgrowth, the trash and debris that's on the property, so just maintaining, cleaning of the sidewalk and all of the debris that's overgrowing, the overgrowth on the sidewalk.
Okay, there's, the next one that's listed is 74-4. Do you know which subsection we're looking at?
74-4-C3. That is for
C.
the overgrowth of all vegetation.
Okay, very good. Hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on.
Yeah. You missed one, 78-1, obstruction of right-of-way. That'll be right up underneath the 74.
Oh, wait. Okay, so, all right. There's a 74-4C3 that we just went over. But
Correct.
it's way at the end of the listing here. Hang on one second.
Okay.
There's a 78-1, obstruction of the right-of-way, which you
Right.
just talked about, right?
Okay. And then the 74-4.
There's a 74-4C5, clean up to the center of the adjoining right-of-way.
Mm-hmm.
There's another one, 74-4, and you said that's C3, which is overgrowth.
Overgrowth is C3. 74-4 consists of the responsibility of general standards of the property. That's the entirety of the property. To the easement, to the road, the middle of the roadway, sidewalk, the entirety of the property. So
Okay,
that's why I put that one on there. And we have a new computer system, EPL, and it actually printed out the entire violation.
Yeah.
So that's the only reason why you got it like that.
yeah, exactly.
Okay?
Okay, so we looked at everything now. And I know that you had said kind of a split order,
Oh, yes, ma'am.
and can you repeat that, because we were all looking at this while you were talking?
I like to have the abatement, 10 days abatement on the property itself for all of the overgrowth, the cleaning up easements, swell into the sidewalk, and the split order would be in reference to the address characters, 30 days or $100 per day.
Okay. And with respect to the abatement, is this a vacant property?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether someone resides there or not.
Because we don't usually do, with anything that's not vacant, we don't usually do abatements.
I know, but the condition that it is in, it doesn't look like anyone's there. I can say that. I've been by numerous times, and I've seen no one parked there, no one going in and out of there, so I'm gonna assume the property is vacant. And if the day of the abatement, if they want, if it is occupied, they can usher us off their property. But it is a nuisance to the neighborhood.
Let me ask the following questions, and then we'll take a 1-minute break before we proceed. So if you're asking for an abatement with respect to, you talked a little bit about, you believe it's a safety problem.
Mhm.
What is it about the overgrowth and the yard and what we're seeing that rises to the level of a health, safety, and welfare violation, do you believe?
It's so severely overgrown to where you have some of the palm trees that are intrusion into the sidewalk. Then we have rodents. It's probably a boa constrictor up there, but I thank God he won't come out. It's just that overgrown.
Okay,
It is scary.
okay. And so it's an attractive nuisance?
Yes.
And it's attractive to other pests, vermin,
Mhm.
and insects and things that can bring disease
Yes, ma'am.
and issues like that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Just one moment, Special Magistrate. Thank you very much, Special Magistrate. The city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, and just so I'm clear on the remedy, you're asking for abatement on everything except for the numbering standards?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then 30 days or $100 a day on the numbering?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, in case CE 23080533, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as Composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting as well as the delivery confirmation on the certified mail that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the code officer that the respondents are in violation of section 7862, 18106A, 744. 74-4C5,
Yes, ma'am, that's C5.
74-4C3, and 78-1.
Correct.
On all the code sections except for 7862, authorize the city to abate based on the testimony that the violations amount to health, safety, welfare issues for the city, and with regard to the numbering standard violation 7862, I'll require respondents, the address characters and numbering standards, I'll require the respondents to comply within 30 days or $100 a day fine will be assessed.
That's a 10-day abatement, ma'am?
I'm sorry, what?
10-day abatement?
Oh, that's, yes, if that's what you'd like, 10 days, that's
Yes,
fine.
ma'am. Yeah, give them a chance to do it.
Number 13, 639 33rd Street, CE 23080527.
Good morning. Good morning, Alex Oliver, Code Officer for the City of West Palm Beach.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir. Were you sworn in? Were you here when I swore everybody in?
I'm sorry?
Were you sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, very good, sir.
Yes,
Please
yes.
proceed. Thank you.
This property was cited on August 25, 2023. Certified mail was sent on August 25th, 2023. Certified mail was returned on October 23rd, 2023. Both property and City Hall were posted on October 28th, 2023. I have not been in contact with the owner of the property, and I posted an affidavit of posting in the case. This property was cited for 74-34-A-1-H, trash can in public view. 94-442C1, no saw in landscape areas. 9471C, outdoor storage. 94-4A2A, unpaid parking. 18106A, trash and property. 78-1, obstruction of sidewalk. And 18106G, exterior wall maintenance. As of this morning, the property has partially come into compliance. Therefore, the city is asking for an additional 60 days or $50 a day if compliance is not achieved.
Was that 60 days or?
Yeah.
Okay, 60 days or $50?
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in the file?
Yes.
And I apologize, I didn't hear. Was the notice of violation also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
You indicated partial compliance. Does it comply any of the actual alleged violations?
So, in the compliance picture, you'll see that, I mean, I was actually monitoring the house for a few weeks. They took out the trash cans that they were storing in the front lawn. They took that out. They cleaned the trash in the property, some of it. They stopped doing the unpaid parking. So
I'm sorry, say it again.
they stopped unpaid parking. So the car that was parked all the time on the grass and on the sidewalk, they removed it. So also the obstruction of the sidewalk was taken care of. So as of today, only outdoor storage and the wall maintenance, the exterior wall maintenance of the property is still not in compliance.
Okay,
That would
and,
be 9471C and 18106G.
okay, so the landscaped areas must be grassed.
Yeah.
That's come into compliance?
No, I'm sorry, no. Yeah, that one too, yeah, sorry.
So that's
Yeah,
out of
yeah.
compliance. Okay, all right. So, the photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations?
Yes.
For the remaining alleged violations, can you tell us for the record what it is you've observed about the painting or the
Yeah,
wall?
well, the house has some like mildew all over the place. Like you can see in the back of the back property, the doors, and some on the sides of the roof. And you see the back part, like the whole wall needs some cleaning.
So is this some, I'm sorry, I think I interrupted you. Go ahead.
So yeah, so regarding that violation of the exterior walls, that's what actually is seen on the pictures. And for the outside storage, there's some seats, car seats, not actual kids' car seat, but an actual seat of a car in the front of the house. There's still like some construction material outside in the back visible from the alleyway.
Okay,
There's like a broom on the tree. So
okay. The, pointing out the walls, if they can power wash that
Yeah.
and it cleans all off, is that appropriate?
yes,
But if it doesn't come off, then they still would
Yeah.
have to paint something.
I'm not sure, but I think I put it in the description.
Okay,
I'm almost positive.
okay,
Yeah.
very good. And do you believe that 60 days is reasonable?
Yes.
Have you had communication from anyone?
No, but I mean, since they tried, I figured maybe they'll reach out at some point when they see
Okay,
the magistrate's order.
thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
And just so I'm clear, I don't think I heard you correctly on the items that have complied. Which are those?
Okay. So the complied ones are trash can in public view, which is 7434A1H.
Mm-hmm.
Unpaid parking, 944A2A. Trash and property was removed, 18106A. And 781, obstruction of sidewalk.
All right, so the only three of them are outstanding.
Yeah.
18106G, 94442C1, and 9471C.
Yeah.
Okay, very good, sir. Thank you. All right, in case CE 23080527, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and the testimony of the city code officer, that the respondents are in violation of sections 18106G, 94442C1, and 9471C. And I'll require compliance within 60 days, or a $50 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 14, 439 48th Street, CE 23090620.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited September 11th. Certified mail was sent September the 12th. Posted City Hall September 13th. This property was cited for a junk abandoned vehicle, trash in public view, trash can in public view, unpaid parking and numbering standards. As of yesterday, the violations that come into compliance were the parking requirements, unpaid parking. Hold on, sorry, I read that wrong. The ones that came into compliance were parking requirements, the trash can in public view, and the junk abandoned vehicle. The only violation that's still outstanding as of yesterday was the address characters. And it just has to be a contrasting color on there. It's the same as the border.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, sir.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it does.
Was the notice of violation posted at the property?
Yes.
The photographs that we've reviewed, are they truthfully and accurately depicting the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
Have you had communication from anyone?
The tenant let me know they moved their motorcycle and from out front at the time. That was the unpaved parking. Nothing from the owner, though.
And I missed it, what kind of days and a fine are you asking for?
Oh, sorry. With that additional 30 days for just for the address character alone at $100 per day after.
Thank you. You believe 30 days is reasonable,
yes.
right? Yeah.
It's more than that.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Oh, I see the numbers are there in that photo, but they're just the same color as the
Yeah,
trim.
they just
So
have
they
to
need
be
to be,
contrasting
okay,
colors.
very good. All right, in case CE 23090620, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. I'll note for the record that the respondent is not present. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that the city has good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs in the case file as well as the testimony of the city code officer that the respondents are in violation of section 78-6, and I'll require compliance within 30 days or $100 a day fine thereafter.
Number 15, 410 51st Street, CE 23090720.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited September 21st. Certified mail was sent September 25th. City Hall was posted September 27th. And this property was cited for a trash can in public view, outdoor storage, and the remaining, pretty much every single violation that was on there is still out of compliance. The city is requesting additional 20 days at $100 per day after. And then, sorry, I missed one. It was also a violation for keeping of livestock, 14-1. They have chickens on the property. I heard from the owner as of yesterday, and he was telling me he got rid of 90% of the chickens. He still has a few to get rid of. I also let him know that recycling bins in public view are the exact same thing as trash can receptacles. So with this was the city's requesting additional 20 days at $100 per day after.
Thank you very much. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes, it was. Yeah, you could hear the chickens, but I don't think there's no audio. It was just for the audio.
Was the notice of violation also posted at the property?
Yes, it was.
And with respect to the outdoor storage, what did you observe?
There's a chicken coop on the side, and there's car bumpers and things outside in the driveway.
Okay. And with respect to the recycling bins, they are out during days and times that are not coinciding with the recycling pickup. Is that accurate?
Yes, they're always stored in
Okay.
the front.
All right. And 90% of the chickens are gone. Do you believe that 20 days is a reasonable amount of time?
Yes, he told me he'll be gone in 3 days, but I always give him a little bit more time than what they're requesting, especially when it comes to the trash cans, because it'll be gone tomorrow, and the next day it'll be right back out again. So.
All right. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, photographs, and videos.
And sir, I heard the 20-day compliance. What was the fine amount?
$100 per day after.
100, thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 23090720, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. Without objection, I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of city staff that that the respondents are in violation of sections 9471C, 7434A1H, and 14.1. And I'll require a respondent to comply with those code sections within 20 days, or a $100 a day fine will be assessed for each day thereafter.
Number 16, 636 58th Street, CE 23090721.
City of West Palm Beach Code Officer Robert Watkins. This property was cited On September 21st, certified mail was sent September 25th. City Hall was posted as well as the property September 27th. This property was cited for paint, maintenance of landscaping, parking requirements, and trash can in public view. As of yesterday, all violations except for landscape maintenance and garbage can placement had come into compliance. I spoke with the homeowner this morning, and he was just letting me know that the only thing he has left to do is to put down some more sod and take care of the high grass in certain areas. So with this one, the city is requesting 30 days at $100 per day after.
Thank you. Is there an executed affidavit of posting in your file?
Yes, there is.
Does that affidavit reflect that the notice of violation was also sent by regular first-class mail?
Yes.
The photographs that we're reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes.
And for the remaining alleged violation, I believe you said that was the landscape maintenance
And the garbage can placement.
and the garbage can placement. For the landscape maintenance, can you tell us for the record what it is that you observed?
It's just extremely high along the west side of the property, and there's also bare areas that they have to fill in.
And you had testified that you spoke with the owner that they could put grass in there. Can they also put approved plant material?
Yes, ma'am, but he's solely told me he was going to put down sod in those areas where they had been parking in the
Okay.
yard, so.
Okay. And then, again, with the trash can, is it your testimony that that trash can is visible from the road or from the right-of-way on days and times when it's not coinciding with the actual pickup?
Yes, ma'am, it's always in the bush, right in front of the bush in the front.
Very good, thank you. You believe 30 days is reasonable?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, Mr. Watkins, I'm having a little trouble hearing you. Could you point that microphone a little bit higher? The ones that you said complied are the parking requirements and paint, is that right?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then for the remedy, you're asking for 30 days or?
$100 per day after.
Thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 23090721, for the record, the respondent's not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the code officer as well as the evidentiary case file that the respondents are in violation of sections 18106M and 7434A1H. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or a $100 a day fine will be assessed.
Number 17, CE 23090604.
Good morning. Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on September 6th. Certified mail was sent out September 8th. It was signed and received September 12th. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on September 11th. The affidavit of posting was completed and turned into clerical for attachment to the case. On the affidavit of posting, it was indicated that it was also sent via first-class mail. This case the property is a vacant lot that is owned and adjacent to a motor home property. And it was cited for 9445E, which is the city ordinance code for surfacing of a parking loading area, which says it must be paved surface, non-dusting, excessive growth, fence maintenance, 94-6, which is restrictions upon land use, outdoor storage, and clean and sanitary. This came in as a complaint because the mobile home, the motor home community was storing their like white goods, which is like refrigerators. In that photo you can see it, refrigerators, appliances and stuff. And they were parking cars on the vacant lot, as you can see. I did research, and it looks like from Google Street View, sometime after March 2019, this property was changed from just a normal vacant lot to this parking area for accessory parking for the motorhome. I reached out to planning and zoning The email is in the attachments on this case to see if there was any requirements, special requirements. And I did my research to see if there was any permit history. There is none. So with that said, this property is in violation of those code sections. The city's recommending 90 additional days to come into compliance with those code sections, or we're asking for a fine of $350 a day until compliance is achieved. I also cited the mobile home. They're dealing with a different case for other issues. So I do have a point of contact, and I also sent him an email when I originated the case back in September, letting him know, that this is going on at this location, and, he needs to work on fixing the issues. I have not had any contact, and there has not been any changes at this vacant lot, at this property.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do.
With respect to that change in the zoning use that you found, because it's now supposed to be an accessory for parking, that's what requires that it be the non-dusting surface.
So they made the changes themselves without permission.
Oh,
For them to do it, they would require a special use permit, and there's no permit in our system.
okay,
They didn't apply for anything.
okay,
Yeah, in my notice, I mentioned that they need to obtain that,
okay,
and they need to pave it if they want to keep
okay.
parking there.
And I also noticed, just for the record, can you tell us what address this is?
There's no address on Papa. It just says Parker Avenue.
Parker Avenue.
Yeah.
That's all it says on Papa?
Yeah, and on our system, it wasn't able to pull any address at all.
Okay, location, address, Parker Avenue. And where did you post in terms of at the property?
I posted it on the fence at the property
Okay. And how recently have you gone back out?
yesterday.
Okay, do you
There's
notice?
no changes.
No changes. Have you noticed that is the notice of violation no longer there?
Yeah, it was no longer there.
Okay. And can you just tell us why you're seeking $350 a day?
There's been no changes. I reached out to the management. Like I said, it came in as a complaint to the community, and it is significant. It's the mobile home community. They're earning a lot of income off of these tenants. They're using it as an accessory parking lot for guests.
Okay, so you're seeing many multiples of
storage.
vehicles there, correct?
Yeah, vehicles are coming and going. It's for their guests, for the mobile
And
home.
For the fencing, is it both the wooden fence and the metal fence, or?
No, it would just be the wooden chain link fence.
The chain
If
link.
you see it's damaged towards the front, not on that side.
Okay. And then you're also seeing, okay, we see there the excessive
Yeah,
growth. Is
right there
that
as well.
part of what you're looking at for excessive growth as well?
It's more towards the back. There's the
Okay.
tree line
Okay, so we're seeing overgrown trees, bushes.
back there, yeah, all of that.
Okay. And,
And then all along in the back there as well, outside storage, right there, and trash and debris.
okay. Okay, and do you believe that 90 days is reasonable?
It's definitely reasonable.
Okay. Thank you very much. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, pop-up printout sheet, photographs, and emails.
Thank you. And just so I'm clear, is it common ownership? The mobile home community owns that parcel, the
Yes.
vacant parcel? They're just using it as storage and they don't have appropriate city approval to do
Yeah,
that? Is that?
same ownership, same everything.
Okay.
It was
Okay.
sent to the LLC. It was sent to all possible addresses
Okay.
and owners.
All right, thank you, sir. In case CE 23090604 For the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files, composite exhibit 1, without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting, as well as the signed certified mailing, that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the testimony of city staff, as well as the evidentiary case file, that the respondents are in violation of sections 94-485E, 18106B, 94-302A4, 94-6, 94-71C, and 18-106A. And I'll require compliance within 90 days or assess a fine of $350 a day for each day the violation continues.
Just want to make sure we can continue with the next two cases before we go to the 10:30 hearing. Is that, okay. Number 18621 Monso Road, CE 23090677.
Richard Pasmino, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This property was cited on September 14th. Certified mail was sent out September 15th. It was returned. In addition, the property and City Hall were both posted on September 19th. The affidavit of posting was completed and turned into clerical for notarization and attachment to the case. On the affidavit of posting, it was indicated that the notice of violation, notice of hearing, was also sent via first-class mail. This case was a response to a police incident, and the property was cited for failure to secure building permit for a fence at the rear of the property, trash can in public view, excessive growth, conditions of the structure. There's windows that are boarded in the back, restrictions upon land use. This is the main issue at the property. There is an RV in the rear of the property that is being used as an additional dwelling unit, a rental dwelling unit. It's occupied, inoperative, and in disrepair. Hurricane hazard for vegetation at the rear of the property. It's overgrown and growing into the power communication lines. Outdoor storage. That's all along the front and backyard. Clean and sanitary code. There's unsanitary conditions all along the property, and exterior paint for the structure. I've had no contact. I did reach out to the tenant of the RV to ask for permission into the yard, since he pays rent to live in that RV, in the dwelling unit that is unpermitted. There's been no changes. All violations still exist. The city's asking for 30 additional days to comply all violations, which would be the RV would have to be removed because it is improperly stored. It would have to be unoccupied. It would have to be maintained in a neat, operable condition, have current registration, and meet the screening requirements. So the RV would either have to be removed from the property or meet all those requirements. And in the photos, you can see it's connected to the sewer, the water, electrical, and it would have to be vacated. Like I said, it's occupied. There's someone living in it, and all the other codes would have to be corrected as well. 30 additional days to comply all those violations, or we're asking for a fine of $300 a day. Like I said, I was called out because the police were on scene, and they were called out there, and I was there responding to the code violations.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. The photographs that we've been reviewing, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations that you've observed?
Yes, they do. In that
Okay.
previous photo, you can see
Okay.
the sewer line running from if you go up one more. Yeah, right there, that green pipe
Okay.
draining.
Thank you. With respect to the trash can, it's your testimony that you can see the trash can from the sidewalk or the street when it's out for days and times that it's not supposed to be for pickup, right?
That's correct.
All right. And with regard to the fence in the rear, what are we talking about? A metal fence, a wood fence?
A wood fence right there that divides, so they're dividing the property I guess whoever lives in the house has access to the left side of the backyard, and the person in the RV has access to the right side of the backyard.
Okay, thank
And
you.
if you see the other photos, the windows are boarded on the right side of the backyard, so the person in the house can't see out. So to give, I guess, the person in the RV privacy.
Okay. And with respect to the windows that were boarded, so they have to get a boarding certificate, or they have to take off the boards?
They have to remove the boards to, provide the windows in sound condition and repair.
Okay. With respect to the excessive growth, you're seeing overgrown weeds, bushes, things of that nature?
Yeah, overgrown trees, bushes, and it's causing a hurricane hazard because they are in the power and communication lines.
Okay. And what is it about the paint on the structure?
If you see closer to the bottom and all along the back and in the front, peeling, flaking paint, all along the, I guess it would be the east side as well.
Okay. With respect to the 350, are you asking for that for each of the alleged violations, or the violations that pertain to the RV?
A total, everything 30 days or $300 a day.
Okay. You believe 30 days is reasonable?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. In case CE 23090677, for the record, the respondent is not present. I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite Exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you have good service for today's hearing. Just one question about the RV. So the RV can be there as a recreational vehicle, unoccupied, if it meets the rest of your code requirements with regard to screening and placement, but
Yep.
under no circumstance can it be occupied and rented,
It
correct?
would have to be unoccupied, disconnected from all plumbing, electrical, water. The registration, it isn't expired. It would have to be properly registered and registered to the owner of the property. And the tires would have to be in good working order, sound maintenance.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that clarification.
Yep.
Based on the city's evidentiary case file, the photographs therein, as well as the testimony of a city code officer, I'll find that respondent is in violation of sections 105.1, 7434A1H, 18106B, 18103E, 94-6, 94-487-B3B, 74-4C1, 94-71C, 18106A, and 18106G. I'll require respondents to comply within 30 days or a $300 a day fine will be assessed.
And lastly, number 19, 422 Pilgrim Road, CE 23090739.
Complied.
Thank you.
That's all
So-
for our first part.
Special Magistrate, that ends our regular agenda. We now have our scheduled police cases, so everybody would need to be sworn in, please.
All right, thank you, ma'am. With that, if you're here for any of the police matters today, the 10:30 hearing, if you could all stand and raise your right hands, I'll swear you all in at one time. Anybody here for any of the police matters on the agenda today, if you could stand and raise your right hands. Thank you. Do you all swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I'm going to call based on the sign-in sheet that we have 3 cases that are signed in. So first case number 21-309 Clematis Street, Roxy's, PD 231-00403.
All right, I'll start. Sergeant Coleman, City West Palm Beach Police. On Saturday, September 2nd, 2023, I was part of an undercover operation designed to check alcohol, point of sale for alcohol, make sure they're properly checking ID prior to selling. In order to do so, I used confidential informants that were all under the age of 21, between 18 and 20 at the time of the operation. Approximately 2,300 hours, they entered the Roxy's pub through the front door. There was no bouncer at the door at the time. They were able to purchase alcohol from a female bartender, and they did so, and then that alcohol was obtained by Officer Senior. I believe as a business, they violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their third offense. I believe they were giving a warning the first time, so the city's asking for a $500 fine.
And that's a one-time fine, correct?
Correct.
And just for the record, officer, you see in the file that there is an affidavit of posting that indicates that the notice of violation for this case was sent by certified mail, posted at the property, wait a minute, posted, I think it also said posted at City Hall, and sent by regular mail.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions. We would submit that case file that includes the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, pop a printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, thank you. Your name, ma'am, for the record?
My name's Amber Kleist.
And what's your relation?
I'm the office manager at Roxy's.
Okay. You've heard what the city has said. The photographs on the screen have been scrolling, which include the notice for today's hearing. Do you have any objection to that case file being entered into the record?
No.
Okay. The city's indicating that this is your establishment's third offense. Do you have any response?
I mean, I don't know what the time period is on that. This is the first one I've had this year of me being in the office.
Okay.
It would be payable immediately, if that's the question.
No, I think she was saying that this is the first offense that she's aware of in her tenure with the establishment. But the city's records indicate this is the third, actually the fourth, because you gave a warning the first time. That was your testimony?
No, the first one was a warning. I mean, Roxy's itself normally is very good, but over the years, I think it's just been 3. So I don't know when the last time, the first one was, that she was asking the time frame. It's been a while.
Okay. All right, so the city's asking for me to assess a fine against you, a one-time fine of $500, given it is your third offense. I would encourage you to take steps to make sure that all staff are trained to check IDs and not sell to underage individuals. Certainly, you need to be complying with state law there. Is there anything else you'd like me to hear?
No.
Okay. All right, in PD 231-00403, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for this morning's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the officer as well as the evidentiary case file that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12 and that this is the establishment's third offense, and I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500. Get your staff trained up so you don't have to come back for future violations, okay? Thank you, ma'am.
Here's a copy of the order. Next case number 33 for Tina's Market at 509 25th Street, PD 231-00402.
Sergeant Colton, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, July 19, 2023, at approximately 18:57 hours, I was running a undercover operation to check point-of-sale vendors, make sure they're properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. Approximately 18:57 hours, the confidential sources who were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation walked in Tina's Market at 509 25th Street. Upon entering, they purchased a single can of Malibu, which is 5% by alcohol, with money provided by the West Palm Beach Expenditure Fund. Then they exited the vehicle, came inside, made contact with me, where I went inside and explained to the clerk they had sold to somebody underage. This is their second offense. Again, the city's asking for a one-time fee of $500.
And officer, just for the record, there's an executed affidavit of posting in the file, which reflects that the notice of violation for this case with the attachments of the police reports, an affidavit and photographs were sent to the location by certified mail, regular mail, posted at the property and posted at City Hall. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the photographs that are there, those are accurate and truthful photographs depicting the alleged violation at that time, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit the case file, including the notice of violation with the attached underlying police documents, the affidavit of posting, the pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, thank you. Your name, sir, for the record?
Christopher.
What's your last name?
Alette.
And what's your relation to Con and Con Investments, Inc.?
I'm the clerk. I was the cashier at the time.
And does the owner know that you're here on their behalf today?
He's here as well.
He's here as well. Okay, very good. So you've heard what the city has said. You've seen the documents. Oh, I see that. There you are right there. You've seen the documents scroll across the screen. The city's indicating this is a second offense at this establishment. Are you taking corrective measures to get trained up and get your staff trained up so that this doesn't occur again?
Yeah, it was my first offense. I've been here for a while now.
Okay.
But when she came in, she looked very professional, older, and I didn't think to ID. We have ID all over the store, printed everywhere. And basically we've been on it ever since, like.
Making sure you're checking everybody's ID?
Yeah.
Okay, very good, sir. Any objection to the entry of the city's documentation, which has been scrolling on the screen?
No.
Okay, thank you. Anything further you'd like me to hear, sir?
No.
No? All right, in case PD 231-00402, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and evidentiary case file as well as the testimony of the officer that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, second offense for underage sale of alcohol. I'll assess the fine, one-time fine in the amount of $500 for that second offense. Continue to check ID so you don't have to come back here and get cited again. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Number 36, 2510 Broadway for Sigma Grocery, PD 231-00400.
What was the address again?
2510 Broadway.
Yes. Okay. It's Sergeant Colvin, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Thursday, July 27, 2023, I was running an undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they were properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used the confidential source that was under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. Between the ages of 18 and 20 were the ages. Approximately 22:45 hours, the confidential source went to the Sigma Grocery at 2510 Broadway, picked up a 12-pack of Michelob Ultra, which is 4.2% alcohol by volume. Checked out with the clerk. They sold without properly checking the ID. Then I went inside, made contact with the clerk, and explained to them they had sold. I believe the business violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their second offense. He's asked for a one-time fine of $500.
Thank you, officer. Just for the record, there's an executed affidavit of posting in the file that reflects that the notice of violation with all the underlying police report attachments and photographs was sent by regular mail and certified mail, posted at the property, and posted at City Hall. Is that correct?
Correct. And
the photographs, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violations for that date of service? Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation and the police attachments, the affidavit of posting, certified mailing documents, pop-up printout sheet, and photographs.
Thank you. Can I see that one remaining police report that I don't think was clicked on? Thank you. Your name, sir, while that's propagating?
Rafiqul Chaudhary.
And what's your relation to the grocer, Sigma Grocery?
Cashier.
You're the cashier? Okay. Does the owner know, does the grocery store owner know that you're here on their behalf today?
Sorry?
You're authorized to be here on behalf of the property today for this case?
Yes.
Okay. You heard what the city's saying. They're saying that this is a second offense at this location. Are you taking steps to ensure that you're trained and then all of your staff is trained to verify IDs before selling alcoholic beverages? Okay. Anything else you'd like me to hear, sir?
No.
Anything else? Okay. Anything further from the city?
No.
All right. In case PD 231-00400, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1. Without objection. Sir, you don't have any objection to the documents being entered into the record, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting showing a posting date of October 20th that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the testimony of the city sergeant as well as the evidentiary case file that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, and I'll assess the one-time fine in the amount of $500. Sir, make sure everybody's trained, check IDs so that you don't sell to underage individuals without in any regard, but to anyone who has not been properly verified. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Number 34, 306 Clematis Street, The Market on Clematis, PD 231-00404, 336 Clematis Street. I'm sorry, 306 Clematis Street.
Sergeant Coleman, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Friday, September 8, 2023, I was running an undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used comfortable sources under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 22:50 hours, the comfortable source walked into the market at 306 Clematis Street, purchased a hard Mountain Dew zero sugar, which is 5% alcohol. They were able to purchase that without using an ID, without having it properly checked. Based on that, I believe the business violated City Ordinance 6-12. This is their fourth offense. We're asking for a $500 fine. What time?
Thank you. Just a question, officer. We're looking at that affidavit of posting that's part of the file, and it reflects that the notice of violation plus the police photographs and underlying reports were sent by certified, regular, posted at the property and posted at City Hall. Is that accurate?
Accurate.
And the photographs that we reviewed, they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed that night?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation with the underlying police reports, the affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
All right, thank you. Your name, ma'am? Your name?
Rosemary Echevarria,
And your relation to the market on Clematis?
the general manager.
You're the general manager, okay. And just so I'm clear for the sergeant, the photograph of the gentleman, was that the gentleman who sold?
Yes, he was the gentleman that sold.
Okay. All right, so you've heard what the city is saying. You see the documents up on the screen. Do you have any objection to those documents being entered? This is your fourth offense. That's what the city's indicating. Are you taking steps to ensure that everyone that works for you is trained and properly IDs everyone?
Yes, this is my first offense in this management. The other ones I didn't know about it until this find out. But
Okay.
yes, I'm taking all the steps for that.
Okay, yes, get everyone properly trained so that they're checking IDs and you don't have to come back here because the fourth time is already four times too many, so.
Yeah, it's too many.
I
All
just
right.
need to interrupt for one moment. I'm sorry. She didn't answer out loud that she had no objection. We do need that out
Oh,
loud.
no objection.
Thank you
Okay,
very much.
thank you, ma'am.
Mhm.
All right, anything further, ma'am?
Huh?
Anything further?
No, that's it.
Okay. All right, in case PD 231-00404, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting, showing a posting of October 20th that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the sergeant that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, and I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500. Continue getting everyone trained so you don't have to come back here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 28, 1270 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard, Circle K, PD 231-00401.
Sergeant Colton, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Thursday, July 27, 2023, I was running undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, use comfortable sources that were under age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 22:59 hours, the comfortable source entered Circle K at 1270 Palm Beach Lakes. They retrieved a 12-pack of Michelob Ultra. They were able to purchase the alcohol without having to use proper ID. Following the incident, I collected the money and the beers, get back inside, made contact with the clerk, explained that they had sold. I believe the business has violated City Order 6-12. This is their first offense. We're asking for a one-time fee of $250.
Just for the record, officer, there's an executed affidavit of posting in the file that reflects that the notice of violation and the attached police reports and photographs were sent by certified, regular, posted at the city hall, and posted at the property, including hand delivery at the property that we see in the photograph. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And the photographs are a truthful and accurate depiction of the alleged violation that you observed that night, yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation with the attached police reports and photographs, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
So you have an affidavit of posting, but wasn't there also a document that you had hand delivery of the notice as well?
I'm sorry? Say what? What?
No.
I
Was
did
this
say-
also hand delivered?
Yes, right there.
Okay, so you have both. You have posting and hand delivery. Okay, very good. All right, your name, sir?
Mohammed Sadat.
And what's your relation to Circle K?
I'm the owner.
You're the owner, sir. Okay, very good. You see the documents that are up on the screen, the notice documents for today's hearing. Do you have any objection to those documents being entered into the record?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The city is indicating that this is your first offense in terms of their alleged violation of Section 612. Good news is you haven't been in trouble before, but bad news is you're here now. So are you taking steps to train all your staff to properly check IDs?
Yes, I am, but I think there is a mistake. Actually, that's not the first offense. When I started the business back in 2016, I had one.
Thank you for your honesty.
I don't think we go that far back when we're keeping track of it.
But thank you for your honesty anyways.
You're welcome. No, yes, actually, we are taking, as much like the training and everything, but sometimes we get confused because the person who enter is looks like 30 years old, but I know they are underage. So I'll take more precautions towards it.
Make sure everybody's trained to diligently check IDs. It's always better to check than not check and have it be someone who's not of age.
And I'm sorry about that.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. No objection to the documents being entered, is that what I heard?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, in case PD 231-00401, I'll enter the evidentiary case file that the city's presented without objection as Composite Exhibit 1. I'll find based on the affidavit and hand delivery of the notice that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the sergeant that the respondent's in violation of Section 612, that this is our first offense, so I'll assess a one-time fine of $250. Best of luck getting everybody trained and continue to check IDs, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Number 35 for 4005 Broadway, DSO Markets, PD 231-00405, 4005 Broadway.
Sergeant Colon, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, July 19, 2023, I was running an undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors. They were properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. All the confidential sources were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 1943 hours, the confidential sources in a DSO Market at 4005 Broadway. They purchased a single can of Mango Orita, which is 8% alcohol by that beverage. They were able to purchase without the use of proper ID. I entered the store and made contact with the clerk to let them know they had sold to somebody underage. And then I believe the business violated City Order 6-12. This is their first offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you, officer. Just for the record, is there an affidavit of posting in the file which reflects that the notice of violation with the attached photos and police reports were sent by certified regular as well as posted at the property and posted at City Hall, correct?
Correct.
And the photographs that we reviewed, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed that night?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, which includes also the police reports and photographs, the affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and photographs.
Thank you. Your name for the record, sir?
Andres Santana.
Thank you, sir. And your relation to DSO? Or-
The owner.
You're the owner, sir. Very good. Thank you. All right, you see the documents that are on the screens are the documents that the city would like to enter into evidence. Any objection to those documents being entered? They're the notice documents, the photographs of the alleged violation, and the police report?
No.
All right, thank you. You've heard what the city said. They're saying that this is your first offense. Are you ensuring that everybody is trained up on checking IDs, and you're going to make efforts going forward to make sure you're properly verifying ID?
Yes, after this incident, we've been taking a lot more precaution in IDing anyone who looks under 30.
Okay. Anything further you'd like me to hear, sir?
No.
Okay. In case PD 231-00405, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find, based on the affidavit of posting in that case file, that the city had good service for today's hearing. I'll find, based on the photographs and testimony of the sergeant, that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12, that this is their first offense, and I'll assess a one-time fine in the amount of $250. So make sure you're checking IDs going forward, sir, okay?
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Number 37 for 5501 Broadway, Food Plus Food Store, PD 231-00407.
I believe they have two cases as well, correct? Which one was?
The one ending in 407.
Looks like it's 39 as well. Case 39.
And 39 for 5501 Broadway, same business, PD 231-00406.
All right, I'll start with the. All right, the first offense was for Sergeant Colton, City West Palm Beach Police on Wednesday, July 19, 2023. Confidential source. I was running undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're probably checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I use confidential sources that were under the age of 21 at the time of the operation. On this date, on 1930 hours, they entered the Food Plus at 5501 Broadway. They were able to purchase a single can of Rita's Lime, which is 8% alcohol by volume. Following that, I went inside, made contact with the clerk, explained to them that they had sold, and I believe the business violated City Ordinance 6-12. This offense was, what's that, the first? Okay, the first offense. Do we want to start talking about the other one first, or finish it?
Sorry, let me ask you the questions on this one. For this particular offense, is there an executed affidavit of posted in the file that reflects that the notice of violation, along with the photographs and underlying police reports, were sent by certified and regular mail, also posted at City Hall and posted at the property? Is that accurate?
Correct.
Photographs that are in this file, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation that you observed that night?
Correct, yes.
Okay, so we're good on that one. If you want to, I don't know, Special Magistrate, do you want to make the finding on this one?
I'd prefer to hear them independently if we could, and deal with them by case,
All right.
each case separately.
This is their first offense. We're asking for a one-time fine of $250.
How much?
$250.
$250, okay, thank you, sir. All right, your names for the record?
Sidi Hussain.
All right, and your name, sir?
Mohammed Hussain.
And both of you were sworn in when I swore everybody in? You both were sworn in? No, were you previously when I swore everybody in? Yeah. Okay, very good. Are you the owners?
No, we are the cashiers. Cashiers.
You're the cashiers, okay. Does the owner know that you're here on their behalf today? He's here. Okay, he's here in the back. Okay, very good. You've heard what the city is saying. Do you have any objection to the documents that are on the screen being entered into the record? They're the notice documents for today's hearing, the photographs and the affidavits. Any objection to those being entered?
No.
Okay. Are you taking steps to properly train all staff so that IDs are being checked going forward? Okay, very good. It's your first offense, as I told the previous individual. That's a good thing, but the bad thing is you're here, so you've gotten in trouble, and I guess you have two cases, so that's even less great news. But nonetheless, in this case, anything further?
No, sorry for that. I'm working here in 7 years, but it's the first time it happened with me, so I'm sorry about that.
Okay, just the important thing is correct it going forward so it doesn't happen again. That's the important thing, because selling alcohol to underage individuals is a serious thing, so get it corrected. In case PD 231-00407, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file as composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting from 10/23 that you had good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the sergeant that the respondent's in violation of section 612 and that this is their first offense, so I'll assess a one-time fine of $250. And don't go anywhere because I think they're going to call your second case.
Yeah, on to number 39 for PD 231-00406.
All right, once again, Sergeant Colton, City of West Palm Beach Police. On September 8, 2023, I was working an undercover operation design check point of sale vendors that they're probably checking ID prior to selling alcohol. At approximately 21:48 hours, they walked into the store, and the confidential source walked in the store, 5501 Broadway, purchased a Mangarito, which is 8% by volume, and a strawberry, a single can of strawberry burrito, however you pronounce that, which is 5% alcohol. The clerk asked for the ID. They responded that they're 23, so they did not. Then they ended up not checking their IDs. They believed that they were. I'm sorry, I apologize. They told them they were 23, didn't have their IDs, and then they refused sale, which was good. However, there was a gentleman in the store that was sweeping at the time. He said he would buy the alcohol for them. The clerk then took the money they gave the money to the guy. That guy gave the money to the clerk. The girl had the margaritas the entire time. He still sold the alcohol knowing that it would go to that girl. So I believe that the business still violated City Ordinance 6-12 by knowingly getting alcohol that was going to a minor without checking ID. This is now their second offense. We're asking for a one-time fee of $500.
Thank you, officer. Is it accurate that there's an executed affidavit posted in the file which reflects that the notice of violation with the attached underlined police reports and photographs was sent by certified mail, regular mail, posted at the property and posted at City Hall?
Yes.
And the photographs, are they truthfully and accurately depict the alleged violations that you've observed that night?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation, affidavit of posting, the underlying police reports and photographs, printout sheet, certified mailing documents. Thank you.
Thank you. And just, Sergeant, so I'm clear, the gentleman who was given the money to make the purchase, was he an employee of the store, or was he just a patron?
I think he was just there sweeping. He's not an employee. I think it was just a vagrant that was helping out in the store.
Okay. Okay. All right, gentlemen, your names for the record again?
Sidi Hussain.
Okay. So this one's a little bit different, but it's still a violation.
I ID her. I say, no, I can't sell you. But other guy who was there, he suddenly came, he gave the money, and he buy. So I'm buy, because he is the above 21. So
right.
That's my mistake, I gave it to him.
Well, I don't disagree with that at all, but the girl was holding the alcohol the entire time. She gave the money to the man. He knowingly sold alcohol. There's still a criminal offense. He could have been arrested for it. When you knowingly sell alcohol to somebody who's going to give it to somebody, it was clear who the alcohol was for and where the money came from for that alcohol.
So do you understand what he's saying? It was the underage person's money who was given to another gentleman.
No. He gave his money. He gave me his money. I saw that he gave his money. Suddenly he put on the counter $7-8.
All right, Sergeant, your response?
The girl gave him the $20. He took the money out of his pocket, gave it, so she ended up paying him to buy the alcohol for him.
Okay.
And it wasn't like it was behind the building. It was directly in front of the cashier. They didn't even walk away. The girl continued to hold the alcohol the entire time. It was clear what the transaction was for. The transaction was for her to get alcohol, knowing that she did not have ID and that she was underage.
So going forward, if you can tell who the alcohol is for, I mean, you shouldn't have sold that, even though the gentleman was overage. If the underage, but what you're not understanding is that the underage person remained in possession of the alcohol the entire time. So that still is a violation of state law and ultimately city code. You can't use a middleman or another individual to buy underage alcohol that you know, or to purchase the underage alcohol, the alcohol that is intended for use by the underage person who you just denied the sale to. You did the right thing by denying the sale, but you can't use somebody else who happens to be overage to then buy it
That's
for
my
that
mistake,
underage
yeah.
person. Yeah, so going forward, I just want you to understand that shouldn't be the way that occurs. If the gentleman who was overage wants to buy his own alcohol for himself, that's a different story, but if the underage individual remains in possession, clearly you know that that's intended to be kept by her. So going forward, correct that so that that doesn't happen again.
Right.
Anything further from you, Sergeant?
No.
Anything further from you, sir? All right. In case PD 23, let me ask you, sir, before I make a ruling, any objection to the documents on the screen being entered?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Thank you, sir. In case PD 231-00406, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'll find based on the affidavit of posting from October 23rd that you have good service for today's hearing. I'll find based on the photographs and testimony of the sergeant that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12 and that this is a second offense. I'll assess a one-time fine of $500. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Okay, number 40 for 4901 Broadway Marathon, the PD 2310049. They're also here for number 38, but we'll call that after.
Do you know what the date on or the police case number for the first one?
Ending in 409, because that's the first offense.
I got them both up, but yeah, which case number are we doing first?
The
Or police case number.
409, I don't,
Yeah, my numbers are different.
the date that occurred first, because it's the first offense.
Okay. Hi, Sergeant Colton, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Wednesday, July 19, 2023, I was running an undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking IDs prior to selling alcohol. Or to do so, I was using confidential sources that were under the age of 21, between the ages of 18 and 20, at the time of the operation. At approximately 1924 hours, the confidential source entered 4901 Broadway, the Marathon, purchased a single can of Stella Artois, which is 5% by alcohol. Clerk sold the alcohol without properly checking ID. Then I went inside and made contact with the clerk, explained to him that they had sold to somebody underage, believed the business violated City Ordinance 6-12, and this is their first offense. The city's asking for a one-time fine of $250.
Thank you, officer. With respect to the affidavit of posting that we're looking at right now on the screen, is it accurate that this represents and indicates that the notice of violation that had the attachments of the police reports and photographs were sent by certified, regular, as well as posted at the property and posted at City Hall?
Correct, yes.
And the photographs that we reviewed, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation you observed that night?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence a copy of the case file, including the notice of violation with the police report attachments and photographs, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and any other photos.
All right, your names for the record?
Good morning. This is Jeff Peters. I'm the attorney. I've been the attorney for this business for the last 11 years.
All right, your name, sir?
My name is MD Ali.
Okay, thank you. So you've heard what the city has said. Go ahead
Yes.
with your response.
These events occurred while my client was out of the country by two separate clerks. My clients acted proactively. He has kind of ramped up the training, and we basically got these two clerks to commit to additional training and sign and acknowledge a training which in the end, if another event like this occurs, then they're subject to immediate termination. My clients also posted separate signs, both an employee sign to benefit the employees to say that they need to card everybody who's buying alcohol, as well as a customer sign that's positioned both on the front door and by the cash register that basically says you better have your ID available or else you're not going to be served. I have those and I have copies to submit for the record.
Okay. If you want to hand those to the sergeant then, and she'll show them to the city attorney. And while they're doing that, you've seen the documentation on the screen. Any objection to the city's case file being entered?
No.
Okay, thank you. And I'll give the city a second. Any objection to that? And I heard the city attorney say, as she was bringing the documents to me, that she had no objection. Is that correct? Madam City Attorney, that was correct, no objection?
I'm sorry, no objection.
Thank you. I'm sorry to catch you mid-walking. All right, with that, in case PD 231-00409, I'll enter the city's evidentiary case file without objection. I'll also enter respondents composite exhibit R1 without objection. So you've heard what the city is saying, that this is the first offense, so they're asking for a one-time fine of $250. It sounds like you have taken very proactive steps, so I appreciate that. I appreciate that you understand the gravity of the violation and the ease within which you can verify someone's age. It's a very simple correction, but I do appreciate the steps you've taken. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No, we were hoping of a waiver of the $250 for the first offense, given he's been in business for the last 12 years and never have any issues.
I have no objection for that for the first case.
I do have an objection to that.
okay.
Yeah,
So
we
yes.
can't waive that. I'm sorry.
You can't? Okay.
The city would be
Is that number
objecting to
set
any
by
waiver.
ordinance, the 250?
I don't believe it's by ordinance. That's what the city's policy is with respect to.
Oh, I
First
didn't know whether it was
offenses,
discretionary
okay.
or not.
Yeah.
That's all right.
All right, hearing that, I'm gonna, in case PD 231-00409, I've entered the evidentiary case files. I need to find, based on the affidavit of posting and the signed certified mailing, that there was good service for this morning's hearing. I'm gonna award the city's I'm gonna find first that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12 for the underage sale. I'm gonna award the one-time fee in the amount of $250, and then let's see what happens on the next one. Thank you, sir.
All right, Sergeant Colon, City of West Palm Beach Police. On Thursday, July 27, 2023, I was running an undercover operation designed to check point-of-sale vendors that they're properly checking ID prior to selling alcohol. In order to do so, I used confidential sources that were under age of 21 at the time of the operation. At approximately 22:33 hours, confidential sources entered the marathon at 4901 Broadway, purchased a 12-pack of Michelob Ultra, 4.2% alcohol. They went to the clerk and was able to purchase it without their ID being properly checked. Then I entered the store, made contact with the clerk, explained to them they just sold alcohol, and retrieved our change. I believe the business marathon violated City Ordinance 6-12. This now will be their second offense. The city's asked for a one-time fine of $500.
Thank you, officer. With respect to the notice of the case, there's, would it be your testimony that there's an affidavit of posting and that that reflects that the notice of violation, including the photographs and underlying police reports, were sent by certified regular and posted at the property and posted at City Hall? Would that be accurate?
Accurate.
And the photographs, do they truthfully and accurately depict and represent the alleged violation you observed that night?
Yes.
Thank you. Special Magistrate, the city would like to submit as evidence the copy of the case file, including the notice of violation with the underlying police reports and photographs, affidavit of posting, pop-up printout sheet, certified mailing documents, and any other photographs.
Yes.
And can I just see, I don't think I saw the affidavit of posting. Can I see that? There we go. Thank you very much. All right, were there any other files that... Okay, one more police report. Can you click on that one that's blue, the 4901 Broadway? The one right below that one? Nope, down one. Down two. Okay, thank you. That's just the delivery. All right, names again for the record?
My name is Jeff Peters, attorney for the business.
Thank you. Your name, sir? Just so the record is clear.
MD Ali.
Okay, thank you, sir. So you've heard now what the city is saying. Any objection to the evidentiary case file being entered into the record? Would you like the same exhibits
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, those
entered
are
in
the
as this
two
case?
clerks that were involved and their acknowledgement to additional training.
Okay. All right, with,
Usually the owner is there present minding the store, but unfortunately was in Pakistan taking care of his mother who was sick, so left it to the clerk. So they have been retrained, as you can see. So we're hoping maybe we can cut the fine down to $250 for both of these incidents since it's a first offense instead of the $500.
okay, thank you, sir. Does the city have a response?
First, no objection to the evidence in this case that
Thank you.
respondent is submitting, but the city would object to reduction of that fine. It would be, if special magistrate, you do find a violation, that would be the second offense, and the city would be unable to reduce that.
And these, because of the nature of the violations, these are not cases that are mitigated in the future, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so unfortunately, I'm kind of stuck on the fine amounts, just given the tiered structure that the city uses, and I understand why they use that system, because it's supposed to be punitive, but I don't want to dismiss again. I want to applaud you for the efforts that you've taken to correct these violations. I think I'm happy to see very proactive and almost immediate response on your part. So with that, I hope that I don't see you here again in the most respectful way, because I think you're going to correct the problem. Anything further that either of you would like me to hear? All right, thank you. In case PD 231000408, I'm going to enter the city's evidentiary case files composite exhibit 1 without objection. I'm going to enter respondents composite exhibit R1 without objection by the city. I'm going to find, based on the affidavit of posting from 1023, that there was good service for today's hearing. I'm going to find, based on the photographs and testimony of the sergeant, that the respondent's in violation of section 6-12 and that this is a second offense, and I'm going to assess a one-time fine in the amount of $500. Best of luck to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all.
That completes the 10:30 agenda.
And then the next ones are not till 12, is that correct?
Right, Monique, 12? Yes, 12.
So we're recessing until 12?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You want to get the TV station? I have, looks like maybe less than a minute. by
West Palm
Verizon.
TV, 30 seconds, please.
All right, good afternoon. With that, I will call the next session to order. It's 12 p.m. by Verizon's time, excuse me. This is the fine mitigation or fine reduction portion of the hearing. My name is Amity Barnard. I'm the special magistrate for today's hearing. First thing I'm going to do is swear anybody in who's here to testify on any of these matters. If you are here to speak on any of the reduction cases, if you could stand and raise your right hands for me, I'll swear you all in at once. Everybody got their right hands raised? Very good. Do you all swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you all very much. A bit about process. You will hear, when you hear your case called, the city staff is at the podium to my left here. You will then come to the podium when you hear your case being called to the podium to my right. The city will present its evidence and testimony, and then it will be your turn to explain to me why the fine should be reduced. At the end of the dialogue, I'll make a final ruling, and you'll get an order either from city staff at the end of the dais here or in the mail. With that, I'll turn it to the city to call its first case.
Special Magistrate, we need to take a recess because we're having technical difficulties.
I see, we're doing an update.
The system wasn't opening, so we have to restart.
Okay, very good. So with that, we will recess very briefly until the computer system comes back online.
It appears we're back online.
All right, with that, you are very quick with only a 4-minute delay. So with that, we'll reconvene. It's 12:04. I'll again turn it to the city to call its first case.
First case number 41-312 Walton Boulevard, CE 18050214, number 41-312 Walton Boulevard.
Good morning, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 312 Walton Boulevard was originally cited on May 4th, 2018. They were cited for delinquent business tax receipt and rental license and certificate of use. Excuse me. That went to hearing on June 6, 2018, and it was ordered for the fine to start as of June 18th, 2018, for $100 a day. That ran for 1,498 days for a total of $149,800. That was complied on July 25th, 2022. It is the same owner. There's been 7 different code cases under that same ownership, and service was achieved by posting.
Thank you, sir. Your names for the record?
Attorney Gary Nagel, N-A-G-L-E, attorney for the party in question here. The representative of the corporation, Anderson Companies, is with me, and I'll let her introduce herself.
Sylvia Anderson.
Very good, thank you both. So you've heard what the city has said. Now it's your turn to explain kind of how you got here and then why the fine should be reduced.
Well, if he would like to explain, he just noted for the record that the service was by posting. Let me give you a little explanation, then I'll have any questions from my client. But my client's owned several properties, multiple properties in West Palm Beach for a number of years, has always been in compliance. This is the first time that he's not been in compliance, dealing with obtaining a license on this one particular property. It just slipped through the cracks on her multiple properties. She was not aware of it until she came to me in 2022, selling an unrelated property up in Lake Park. When I did the search, then this lien came up, and I informed her that there was a lien issue that she was completely unaware of. So that's when we got the information and researched with the city as to how they notified her. There was a P.O. box where a notice was sent by registered mail that the city provided me a copy of, but that address that they sent that to was a wrong P.O. box number at a postal service in Jupiter, Florida. The address that is of record by the property appraiser notes box 427, and the receipt that came back at the correct address was for box 50, signed by a gentleman that probably is what we've later determined at that point in time, back in 2018, May 8th, 2018, was just an employee at this mailboxes, et cetera, type of location. She doesn't visit this property at that point in time to see whether there was a posting on the property. She has, once notified of the issue, corrected the issue, but that was in 2022. And we've been working diligently with the city in trying to, through this process, go through all of her properties that she owns, has made every correction, has fully cooperated with the city. So from a mitigation standpoint, I think the city has a notice issue. When they're talking about posting, it's on a rental property. And so, the real ideal way to serve somebody notice is by certified mail at the address. We acknowledge that. But the address information provided by the city shows that they did not send it to the correct address at the P.O. box.
Okay. Let me ask, I don't think I heard I heard you say it was the same owner, so what's your recommendation on mitigation?
The city requested standard 25%, ma'am. So that will be a total of $37,450.
So and I guess this will go for everybody else in the room. I don't believe any of you were here for the morning's version of the hearing, the standard violation hearings. But in any code enforcement case, the first thing that the magistrate, myself or any other magistrate, does is find sufficient legal notice for the case to proceed. So, as you said, certified mail is the primary method to obtain service, but posting is a secondary method in the event that you don't get the certified mail signed and returned. So today's hearing can't be to litigate whether or relitigate whether there was proper notice. That would have been found at the time of that hearing, and there would have been an appeal process, an appeal timeline that was available at that time. So I don't want to get into the merits of the sufficiency of legal service, because that ship has sailed, as they say. I'm certainly amenable to a reduction. I understand these are rental properties. I guess just one thing to consider going forward is that even though you're not at the property, if your site is posted with a notice, your tenants have some obligation to notify you, and if you're not enforced, or if you don't have anybody on site, a property manager or property maintenance person, to make sure that when you're being posted with notices that you are receiving them as the owner. That I think is important going forward, just in the event that you are going to continue to manage several properties in the city.
Those steps have been taken already.
Very good, because posting, I mean, if you don't get notice when something's stuck on the door at your site, that's problematic.
I don't know if we can really count on tenants being the notification.
Property management and property maintenance people are a very good idea.
Yeah, that's where she's gone.
Okay. So what you've heard what the city's recommendation is in terms of reduction.
Well, yeah, and in light of the fact that we don't have any life safety issues, it's just the license itself. There's been no issues regarding the property itself, other than the fact that they didn't have this license that she was not aware of. And she's maintained the licenses on multiple properties for a number of years, for over 11 years. Okay. So from that standpoint, you know, the license, I think, is about $150. So we can multiply that times 10 and say $1,500, and 10 times what the license amount. And that's just what I've been told is the amount of the license, about 150.
Is this the only mitigation case for this respondent on the
Yes,
agenda?
ma'am.
Okay. And you said there are other violations, but those have all, in order to even get here, those all had to get complied, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is the city, is what he stated, is that your understanding as well, that this was a one-time failure to obtain a license, but otherwise there was compliance in years previous and years since?
With this violation, yes, this was the only violation for this address. There were 7 other code cases for that same address.
For rental license
For-
issues
for
or for other
various different,
items?
yeah.
Okay, other violations. Okay. Is your client trying to sell the property now or refinance, or?
Nope.
No? You just caught wind of the lien and want it dealt with?
We have to clear this up in order to transact the other transaction.
Okay, this is tied
You
to
asked the
another site
question
that
of
you're
is she
doing.
trying to
Okay.
sell this property? No.
She's trying to sell another one that
Another
this lien is
property
attached to.
Where
I
this
gotcha.
attaches.
I gotcha.
One of those catch-all things that the legislature thought would be a great idea.
All right. Anything further that you'd like me to hear?
Unless there's other information I can provide to you, but
Okay, I appreciate that, sir.
Yeah,
Anything
on
further
basis.
from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE, and I guess let me ask the city attorney, do you need the evidentiary case filed entered in these mitigation cases? I don't believe so, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
The only other thing, I don't, the city would indicate that it would not agree to just the 1,500. Marcus, I don't know if you have a counter or if you just leave it to the special magistrate.
I mean, the lowest we be willing to negotiate would be 15%,
What's that number? Do you have that number?
22,470.
22 what?
22,470.
All right. This one's a little bit unique because it's just a rental. I mean, my task here as a magistrate is to consider the gravity or severity of the violation. In this case, I understand there were some other violations, but if the respondent's track record is one that she customarily was in compliance with the city's licensing requirements and just happened to not catch wind of this one or be advised about this one for quite a long time, and that's the reason the fine amassed to such a severe number. I'm going to upset the city by what I'm going to do, but I think based on the nature of the violation, and again, each one of these as I hear them, the remaining cases on today's agenda are considered on a case-by-case basis based on the facts that are specific to each case. But in this case, CE 18050214, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $149,800 to $5,000, payable within, how many days do you need? 30, 60?
I could pay it today.
30, okay,
30
so we'll do
minutes.
30 days then, payable within 30 days. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Number 24, 1629 39th Street, CE 19030243. Number 24, 1629 39th Street.
All right, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. So the address at 1629 39th Street actually has 4 cases on our agenda today, number 24, 26, number 45, and number 47.
Do you like me to call them all at once?
Yeah, you can call them all at once, and then I'll deal with them individually, but if you want to go ahead and get all the evidence in at once, you can.
Number 26, 1629 39th Street, CE 180800052. Number 45, 1629 39th Street, CE 180600367. And number 47, CE 210100039.
All right. Officer Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. The address at 1629 39th Street for case number CE 190300243 was originally cited March 15th, 2019. They were cited for building and electrical work without a permit or inspections. Stop work order was issued. That case went to hearing December 4th, 2019. That fine was ordered to start as of January 6th, 2020 for $50 a day, and it ran for 1,095 days for a total of $54,750 and was complied January 5th, 2023. The city is requesting, this was done under the previous owner, so the city requests a reduction to 15% or $8,212.50.
Sorry, could you repeat that amount?
He said $8,212.15.
50 cents, sorry.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I wrote it down wrong, 50 cents. Do you want to go ahead and get the testimony for the rest of the cases?
Sure.
And then we'll handle them individually.
Sure. So for case CE 180800052, same address. This particular case was originally initiated August 4th, 2018. They were cited for unsanitary conditions, overgrowth of the grass and the swell of the property, and failure to comply. This case went to hearing on September 5th, 2018. It was ordered for the fine to start September 15th, 2018 for $100 a day. That ran for 17 days for a total of $1,700, and it was complied October 2nd, 2018. The city requests a reduction of that to $500. For case number CE 1806037, this case was originally cited June 18th, 2018. They were cited for interior renovations of the building, electrical and plumbing, without any permits. Stop work order was issued on June 16th, 2018. It went to hearing October 3rd, 2018. The fine was ordered to start running as of January 1st, 2019 at $100 a day. That ran for 1,465 days for a total of $146,500, and that was complied on January 5th, 2023. This was under the new owner of the property. I'm sorry, there is a new owner of the property, excuse me. The city requests a reduction for 15% of that for a total of $21,975. And for the last case, CE 210-10039, this case was originally cited January 25th, 2020. They were cited for failure to register the vacant property with the city. That went to a hearing on February 17th, 2021. It was ordered for the fine to start running February 28th, 2021 for $25 a day. That ran for 122 days for a total of $3,050. And that was complied January 30th, 2021. The city requests a reduction of this fine to $1,000.
Let me just, if I could ask you a quick question.
Sure.
We're on 47 now, right? You said the fine amount was not 24,375?
No, that was printed incorrectly.
So what was it supposed to be?
$3,050.
3050, and you're recommending 1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and the violator is the actual current owner?
Correct.
Okay, very good. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. Your name, sir?
Gene Marseille, counsel of record for the respondent.
All right, so you've heard, sometimes in these, if there are a bunch of cases, it's easier to get it all out there on the record with all the cases, but I'm going to handle them individually. So with regard to the first case, 1903-0243, the one with the balance of $54,750, you heard the city's testimony. This was a violation of the previous owner. What's your stance here this morning? Or this afternoon, rather, sorry.
And this was for the permit, correct?
This was, yeah, approval required, building codes, 2 sections, 110.6 and 105.1.
Okay, so the work required on this home was basically a complete gut job, tantamount to new construction. So the owner needed to put on a new roof, completely strip the house down, and so had to install new subsurface plumbing, new electrical, new kitchen. It's basically a brand new house. And I do have photographs for the record, before and after pictures that I'd like to submit to the clerk.
Okay. You can give those to the code officer, and he'll give them to the city attorney to look at, and then I'll get them after that.
So as Officer Williams mentioned, this violation was cited to the prior property owner. And so nothing could be done with this house until it was brought up to code. So it was quite a process. And I think one of the mitigating factors is that this was during COVID. So for example, we have one of the plumbing permits that was pulled or applied for in January of 2021, and it wasn't actually granted until 5 or 6 months later. So it was a process. There were not only supply chain issues, but there were also delays with the city itself running, I don't want to say a diminished capacity, but things were a little slowed down with online correspondence, so on and so forth, and not being fully open. So it's definitely a process to basically renovate a property from the ground up.
And so your client bought this property knowing, did your client know about the liens when they purchased the property?
So they purchased the property subject to the liens, but they weren't aware that the property needed to completely be brought up to code. They were aware that the prior violations were the owner attempting to, make corrections to the property or make alterations to the property. But as soon as that can of worms was opened, my client needed to hire an architect, a general contractor, and completely start from the ground up. So we had no choice. So we basically, losing money on the property. The property is under contract for sale. There is a family that's going to occupy the property, and it's going to be their residence.
Was it prior a rental, or was it just the whole time you've owned it, your clients owned it, they were renovating it?
They were renovating it the entire time.
Okay. So you heard the city's recommendation in this case. They're recommending a significant reduction because it was not a violation that was committed by your client, but their number is $8,212.50. What's your response to that number?
Based on the fact that this project was basically almost like starting a new construction project, it was going to take time for this client to comply, and so I don't think my client wants to pay any of that. I think it should be reduced to zero.
How much money did your client ballpark? I understand you probably don't have exact figures here. It certainly looks like there was significant work done, and the property is in much better shape now. Do you have a ballpark on what monetary amount was spent on rehabilitating and renovating the site?
Do you have the ballpark figure on how much it cost? $365,000.
Okay.
And that's the position on all the code cases, with exception to the one that my client was cited for while owning the property, which was vacant property registration.
And this was purchased, it looks like standard sale by your client, correct? Not short sale, not foreclosure, not clerk of courts, nothing, not a
That's
tax
correct.
deed sale. And was there title work done?
There was title work done,
Okay.
yes.
So I certainly am amenable to granting a reduction. I can't, obviously I can't reduce the fines to nothing. I understand it wasn't a violation that was committed by your client. However, purchase of the property was made knowing that there were liens on the property. But I will take into consideration the amount of money and the effort that it took to get the property to the condition that it currently is. And just for the record, I'll admit your photographs without objection by the city. Certainly you've transformed the property significantly from what it was. So I certainly appreciate that. I'm sure the city appreciates that as well. So anything further in this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 19030243, I'm going to reduce the lien amount from $54,750 to $2,500 payable within, do you need 30 days or 60 days?
60 days, please.
All right, $2,500 within 60 days. And then the next case is 26. This one was the excessive growth, clean and sanitary. And this one, the fine amount was $1,700. The city's recommending $500. Do you have a response to that?
So during that time, the property had no irrigation because of the plumbing issues. It was impossible to get new sod on the property and keep it cultivated without plumbing and running water. But the property was brought into compliance by my client, and so we would just kind of lean towards your discretion on that amount.
All right, I guess I just want to confirm from this city, it looks like the failure to comply languages there that wasn't a repeat case, right? It was the
No.
standard violation?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I think the city's request, I mean, I don't have as much latitude on these ones where the fine amount is a rather minimal amount. I'm going to grant this reduction, and I'm going to give the city what it's asking. I'm going to reduce it from $1,700 to $500, again payable in 60 days, and that's CE 18080243. 80052. Again, you were not the violator, but I do need to keep in consideration that there were neighbors who were impacted by the violation, as well as costs incurred by the city to get these cases all the way through the process. So I'll reduce that one to 500, payable again in 60 days. And the next one is CE 1806037. That's another building permit case. The fine amount was 146,500.
Okay, so my narrative is the same on this case as it was the first. This was basically a ground-up remodel project. And so this was left in uninhabitable condition by the prior owner, and the current owner worked as quickly as he could to completely restore the property. So we would ask for significant leeway on this amount, because it's in excess of $145,000.
And I guess let me ask the city, this one, it just predates the case 24, right, by a year? So this was the same thing, the work, unpermitted work was different work, or was it the same?
So this one it's a totally different violation of a lot of the same violations it was previously cited for.
And you could have cited them for a repeat, but did not?
Yes.
I guess in 24, you could have cited them for repeat.
Correct, but the inspector on this one decided not to pursue a repeat violation.
All right, just give me 1 second. Anything further, sir, you'd like me to hear? Anything further, sir?
We think 5,000 would be reasonable on this violation.
Does the city have a response to that?
We're willing to accept that offer, Magistrate.
You're willing to accept 5,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Payable within 60 days?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In case CE 1806037, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from the previous balance of $146,500 to $5,000, payable within 60 days. All right, sir, the final case is the case where you were actually the violator, so go ahead, sir.
So this was a failure to register the property as a vacant property. I'm very familiar with the registration company. If they see that a property is purchased by a corporate entity, then they automatically flag the property. Had it been in the respondent's individual name, it may not have come up, but there was somebody working on the property at all times. But we do understand and we do concede that he failed to register the property. He actually was not aware of how to register, and I don't think he was actually the one that received the notice. Was there notice on?
Yeah, there would always, as I said to the previous attorney, that would have been the first thing that myself or any of the other magistrates would have found at the violation stage. They can't proceed for due process reasons unless they find sufficient notice. So that would have all been identified and hashed out at the violation hearing. I guess, you spoke about the registration, but it looks like there was a couple of other things going on. There was animals and pets. Can you give me a little more detail on that? Is that?
For this one, all I see is that there was no registration of the vacant property.
Right, the animals and pets, I'm just seeing that for the first time as well. If you're online on the city's website, it only mentions the vacant property registration. So I'm not sure where the other part came from.
Maybe it's just an error on the agenda then?
Could be, yeah.
Okay, so this is just strictly about registration of a vacant property. Okay, very good. So the city's original request was to reduce this from 24,000 to 1,000. That seems reasonable to me. That's a pretty significant reduction. What's your response?
So the 24,000 amount was an error as well.
I'm sorry, if there was 3,050 to 1,000.
Okay. I think based on the gravity of the violation, it was just a registration requirement. There was still people monitoring and, at the property. I think 500 is reasonable for this violation.
All right, and I think the city attorney wanted to say something?
It was the same thing that the attorney brought up, that it was just the 3,000.
Incorrect fine amount. Okay, thank you. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 21010039, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $3,050 to $700 payable within 60 days. Best of luck to you on the future sale, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the orders from today's hearing will be mailed out. If you'd like them emailed as well, you can write your email down. By where you signed in. Sign in. Next case, number 2901 10th Street, CE 17030439.
Which number?
For 2901 10th Street.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 901 10th Street, this was originally cited March 15, 2017. They were cited for outdoor storage, clean and sanitary conditions, landscape maintenance needed to the front yard and swell, as well as garbage can, the garbage can being in view of the public. This went to a magistrate hearing on April 19, 2017. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of May 20th, 2017 at $100 a day. This ran for 2,165 days for a total of $216,500 and was complied April 24th, 2023. Under this ownership, there's been 3 cases under the code enforcement that we've dealt with. Service was achieved for this particular case by way of posting. And so the city would recommend its standard 25% of the lien, which would be $54,125.
Thank you, sir. Your name, sir, for the record?
Stan Switzer.
And do me a favor, sir, pull that microphone that's in front of you. There we go. Your name again?
Stan Switzer.
Okay, very good, sir. Do you have documents that you'd like? Go ahead and give them to the code enforcement officer if you could, and he'll give them to the city attorney before I see them.
I believe it's actually a copy of his written argument that he'd like you to follow along while he reads as well.
Okay, any objection from the city to me having that? Okay, sir, you can give it to me, that's fine. Yes, sir, you can come around. Okay, very good, thank you, sir. And go ahead with your testimony.
Okay. This is happened about 3 or 4 years ago. I wasn't there at the company then. I just basically do their lien work. And there was a file that had that everything was complied. And I haven't been able to find that file. And the only thing that wasn't complied was tax receipt, which we paid right away. And there's pictures, you can see the place is in excellent shape. Everything's been done. All along, we've done landscaping. We put mulch in, we took a tree down, and even though the last 6 years have gone by, that's why I wanted to find that paper that said complied. The only thing that we did that I saw that was open was the tax receipt, which was taken care of right away. So, and you can see, it's one of the nicer houses in the neighborhood, and we hope to keep it that way. We have an excellent tenant now.
And I guess, let me, before you continue, what's your relation to American Saint Privat or Privet?
I'm an outside contractor. I'm a,
So are you an agent or representative?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
You're the representative or their agent? They know you're here today representing them on this case?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm a little hard to
No,
hear.
you're fine. Does the owner know that you're here representing them on
Oh,
this
yeah,
case
yeah,
today?
yeah.
Okay, very
Yeah.
good, sir. Thank you. Go ahead then.
And basically, my job is to make sure we got everything done. And again, I have the regular paperwork that you probably have, which is the long forms of all the things that have to be done. There's another paper that has, this one, which you have, Your Honor, I think. But there's another one that's after this, and it tells the status of all the work that has to be done.
Mhm.
And it says complied, complied, complied. So the only thing that we know of that wasn't was the tax receipt. And with the I can prove from our invoices that we put about $9,000 into rehabbing the house and painting it and doing all this stuff and keeping up with it. And with COVID, it was a little hard because you couldn't find people to do stuff. Half the office quit or weren't there because there wasn't much work. So when I put down the amount, I took into consideration, usually I'll think, did they have to send people out from the city? Did they have to do a lot of work, the city itself? Whereas the only thing the city had to do was take our money from when we paid the tax receipt, because everything else was done.
Okay. Are there original photos up higher on this?
Those, I'm sorry, is that what you were talking about?
Yeah, I see. I think this is the current status of the site, right?
Go into the code case.
It's okay if you don't have actual photos. If the code officer can just testify. I guess I'm concerned about the outdoor storage, and it went on for quite some time.
Were you talking about the storage and everything?
Yeah, it looks like the
Yeah.
violation was clean and
All that's been
sanitary.
taken in.
Yeah, all of it complied for you to get here. My concern is the length of time that it took to get complied. It went on for over 2,000 days. That's five years from the time it was cited to the time it was complied.
Why it got to be so.
That's why it got to be so high, but why did it take so long to get it complied?
Oh, and the only thing is, there wasn't anybody there. There was the girl that took phone calls is in New Mexico taking phone calls. There's the guy that does the landscaping was gone. And again, it was just, they had to reorganize everything because people had left. And,
Was this a rental property?
yeah, it's around.
It's a rental property, okay.
And again, if, I don't know where the inspector has it or not, or Monique has it, the paperwork for, that says complied. I'd like to see what the dates on that are. And it was not the tax receipt, but all the mulch and the grass and the tree and all that stuff.
Yeah, April 24th. Mm-hmm.
I'm just looking at the photos.
So these are the compliance pictures, Magistrate.
Oh, so complied in April of '23?
Correct.
Okay. That's right, April 24th is what I wrote down from your previous testimony.
And
Okay.
this is pictures out of compliance just a few days prior to gaining the compliance on April 21st.
Could you say that again, please?
The pictures that we're looking at are of the property being out of compliance, if you look at the screen.
I mean, these are current pictures.
No, sir.
Well, the current pictures are even better. Do you have, I have a bit myself, but it's in my car.
I think what you were trying to say is, if I heard you correctly, you were trying to say that the only thing that remained in violation so long was the business tax.
Right.
But what he's saying is, and what I'm seeing in the photographs, is that other things were out of compliance just days before the compliance date.
Correct.
So it wasn't just the BTR that remained outstanding. It was other things as well.
Correct. The BTR was a completely separate case.
It had
That was
nothing to do with
compliant.
this even,
No,
okay.
ma'am.
Okay.
I mean, because we've pressure cleaned, the house is on the corner, so you can see what, 3 sides of it or whatever, so it's pretty easy to see what's happening and what isn't happening. And the lady that lives there has been pretty good.
Is this his only case on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay, no other ones further down. Are you trying to sell this, sir? Is your client trying to sell the property or refinance or something?
They're gonna, I think the owner wants to sell it.
Okay. And you testified you put about $9,000 into getting the property into compliance, that was correct?
About $9,000, I have receipts and stuff, so.
Okay.
We've spent $4,000 here, $8,000 there.
Okay.
Painted it, everything.
It looks very nice now. It looks very nice now.
It's one of our nicest houses.
Yeah, the difficulty in these cases is that, you know, the fine amounts, they get high based on the length of time that the violation exists. And what I have to consider is not only, as you've noted in your narrative here, the gravity of the violations, but also the impact of the violations on the residents, right? So on the neighbors. They had to deal with this property not looking code compliant for 5 years, right? So I can't completely undermine the city's code enforcement process and say, well, it doesn't matter if the property was out of compliance for 5 years, because the neighbors still had to suffer who lived right next door to it, right around it, and look at a property that was not in compliance. So I'm certainly willing to grant a reduction, but I can't, you know, I have to be sensitive to all the factors that are involved here. So I'll reduce it. Anything else you'd like me to hear before I tell you what the reduction's going to be? Anything else you'd like me to hear?
No, that's about it.
Okay, very good. Anything further from the city?
And the only thing I could say it again, that we had done stuff, and we have invoices back to, right when we got the citation. So it's not like it's been, it's not like it's been looking bad for a long time. We put grass in at least 4 times. We put mulch in 4 times. We painted the whole house. So, and this has all been done before, because before COVID, because we couldn't do much to it.
All right, I understand that, sir, and I appreciate the efforts that you made to get the property into compliance and to get it looking the way it does now. I'm going to grant a reduction in case CE 1703-0439. I'm going to reduce the previous amount from $216,500 down to $20,000 payable within 90 days. Okay, sir? That's a significant reduction. It's less than the city was asking me to give you, but based on what you did to get it to the way it looks now, I appreciate the efforts that you made. So get that paid within 90 days. Okay, sir? And you can come get your folder before you leave, so you can take that with you. Thank you, sir.
If you want to write your email address by your sign-in, I can email it to you.
What do you want me to do with it?
Just write your email address if you'd like it emailed, otherwise it'll be mailed.
You mean to,
If you want to, if not, it'll be mailed out. That's up to you. You don't have to. It's not a requirement. Okay, next case number 22507 O Street, CE 16030024. There's also 3 additional cases for this address. Number 29, CE 100100087. Number 30, CE 11080047. And number 31, CE 07060363.
All right. Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The case, the address at 507 O Street for case number CE 160300024 was originally cited March 1st, 2016. They were cited for outdoor storage, paint needed on the structure, overgrowth of the grass on the property, as well as trash and debris on the property. This went to a special magistrate hearing on April 20th, 2016. It was ordered for the fine to start as of May 24th, 2016. for $100 a day. That ran for 1,193 days for a total of $119,300. And it was complied August 30th, 2019. It's the same owner. There are 22 different cases with code enforcement under his ownership. Service for this case was achieved by posting. For this case, the city requests a reduction of to $15,000.
Thank you, sir. Do you want to go ahead and read the other three in as well? Thank you.
For the next case, CE 100-10087. This case was originally cited on, excuse me, I lost that. This case was originally cited back in January of 2010. They were cited for trash and debris on the property, overgrowth of the grass on the property, maintenance needed to the landscaping, and this was a repeat violation for case number CE 080-60599. Again, same owner, 22 different cases with code enforcement under his ownership. Service on this case was achieved by posting. This went to a magistrate hearing February 24th, 2010. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of January 11th, 2010, for a total of $75 for the fine a day. It ran for 44 days for a total of $3,300, and that was complied on February 24th, 2010.
What was the fine amount, I'm sorry? 3,000?
3,300?
Okay.
Or 3,300. The city is requesting a reduction to $1,000 in this case. For the next case, so that case actually has two different liens attached to it. It looks like they did a bifurcated order on this. So the second lien on that same hearing, February 24th, 2010, this fine was ordered to start running as of March 17th, 2010 for, again, $75 a day. It ran for 30 days for a total fine of $2,250. And this was complied April 16th, 2010. Same ownership, service was achieved by posting. For this case, the city requests a reduction to $1,000.
And just so I'm clear, you're on item 30, correct?
29.
So 29 actually had a bifurcated order, and so the two separate fines add up to the
all right, so there's a
5,550.
3,300 and a 2,250 on case 29, on item 29.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you're reducing, your recommendation is reduce both of those down to 1,000 or 1,000
yeah.
each?
1,000 each.
Okay, so 2,000 total, okay.
All right. So for case number CE 110800047, this case was cited August 4th, 2011. They were cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use, overgrowth of the grass and yard on the property, trash and debris on the property, as well as outdoor storage on the property. This went to a hearing October 19th, 2011. It was ordered for the fine to start as of November 22nd, 2011 for $100 a day. It ran for 2,838 days for a total of $283,800. That was complied on August 30th, 2019. Same owner. Service was achieved by posting. The city requests a reduction to $15,000 on this case. All right, for the last case, CE 070-60363. This case was originally cited June 11th, 2007. They were cited for a failed inspection due to a vehicle that was parked on unpaved surface. Certificate of use as well as rental license violation. The alleyway and easement or right-of-way overgrown, inoperative, or junk vehicles on the property, as well as trash and debris and garbage on the property. This went to a special magistrate hearing on August 3rd, 2007. It was ordered for the fine to start September 4th, 2007 at $200 a day. That ran for 2,372 days for a total of $474,400. And that was complied March 3rd, 2014. Again, same owner. This case was, service was achieved by posting. The city requests a reduction to $15,000 on this case.
All right, your name for the record?
Sean Parker.
Thank you. So you've heard the city's position. I asked them to go ahead and read them all in since there are several, but we'll go back to the first, case 22. That one is the one in the amount of $119,300 for clean and sanitary overgrowth, outdoor storage, and paint. What's your side on that case?
My mailing address has always been 4421 Northwest 25th Place in Lauderhill, Florida since 1987. My mother purchased a home for our family. I've always been a resident of Broward County since birth. I purchased 507 O Street in 1996 as an investment property, and I have never lived in the residence. At closing of the property, the company United Title Land Services mistakenly placed that address as my mailing address. I contacted Palm Beach County Properties Appraiser's office to inform them that the mailing address was incorrect, and they said that I needed to fill out a change of address. At that time, I didn't have internet access, so they mailed the form to 4421 Northwest 25th Place, Lauderhill, Florida, where I resided. I received the form and filled it out with all the necessary information and returned the document. I continued living at this address until getting married, May 1998. I then moved to Delray Beach to live with my wife and my mother-in-law home. But my mailing address remained the same, 4421 Northwest 25th Place, Lauderhill, Florida. Since my mother still owned that home in Lauderhill, it continued to be my mailing address. I worked in Broward for the Sheriff's Department since 1991. I frequently visit her and retrieved any mail. We remained at my mother-in-law home for a year, then we purchased our current home in September 1999. I have purchased other properties before being married that reflects that 4421 Northwest 25th Place being my mailing address. I have done my due diligence in regards to reporting and changing my mailing address to Palm Beach Appraiser's office. Now, this is the form that, a form like this at least, that I filled out and returned back to Palm Beach Properties to change my mailing address. So they never changed it. So I kept getting, the mail was being sent to the 507 O Street. So I wasn't getting this mail. There was an instance when my tenant did give me a notice of the violation, which I corrected. It took me 30 days to correct that violation, and it was reported 44 days later that it had complied. But I wasn't getting any of the mail. It was being sent to that residence, the 507 in West Palm Beach. So I didn't know anything about these violations. I spoke with Laura Borso, who was in charge of the nuisance department, and I had told her the same thing that I'm stating right now. She said that I need to go on the website and change my address. So that happened in 2019. So I did, in fact, change it in 2019. Now to get
So what's listed currently now? What's your mailing address right now?
3819 Sherwood Boulevard.
Okay.
So since then, I corrected everything that in 2019, but she told me that I needed to apply for a lien reduction. Well, I tried to do that lien reduction, but there was another open permit that prevented me. There was an open permit for a roof. In '96, I placed a new roof on that building by a state contractor, and it didn't pass the inspection. So I did pay them the money because I was told that it passed the inspection, so I paid them in full.
Mm-hmm.
But they told me it failed. when I tried to do the lien reduction. So I had to put a new roof. I had to spend $20,000 to put a new roof on just to come here today and get this started.
Okay.
And then later on, I found out the last step that there was also an open lien for a utility lien bill for, I think it was like $2,300. So I had to pay that in order to come here today.
Okay. What, and this, you said you've never lived at this 507 O Street. It's a rental property then?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so you said it was an income, I think I heard you say it was an income property.
Mm-hmm.
I guess my question to you is, I understand, and I'm back, I guess, at the time that these violations were originating, I guess, mailing the documents to the property appraiser, but how come you never confirmed on the property appraiser website whether your address had been changed?
Well, at the time, I didn't have internet access, so going through life, I guess I just thought that since I sent the document in, that they would do their due diligence and change the address. So all these years, these fines have been accruing, and I didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate, because you did the right thing by sending the paperwork in, but you didn't confirm that they had made the change. And that's unfortunately, as I say, to at least commercial operators, that's sort of the cost of doing business. You have to make sure that you're getting your legal mail where you want to get it, and that obligation is on you. I guess I'll ask the city. The city is in the two cases that have the very large fine amounts, their reduction seems to be more than is their standard request. So what they're recommending that I do is reduce these liens from well over looks like $400,000 down to 35-ish, 36-ish. Are you trying to sell the property right now?
No, I'm not.
Are you trying to refinance?
I'm not trying to do anything.
Okay.
I just found out in 2019 that this was even in existence, and it took me 2 years. I had to put a new roof on, so the money that I paid previously really just went down the drain because the roof had to be tore off and a new one had to be placed on. And like I said, I have other investment property, and the mailing address was the 4421, which I have copies of my deeds, and it reflects the 4421 Northwest 25th Place as being my mailing address. And that's prior to me being married. So
No, I understand that. The problem in the issue for you is that the city is required to send you notice by law to specific addresses that you list as your mailing address on the tax collector or the property appraiser's website. So they technically have service on you. They're sending the mail, as I indicated to the previous attorneys who were here. That's the first thing the magistrate has to do in any violation hearing, is make sure that the notice documents went to the legally required place so that the person who's supposed to get notified has the best shot of getting notified. So unfortunately, in your case, that address that is on those corresponding websites was not the address that you wanted to be notified at. It was some other address. So the city had legal service for all of the cases based on what was on the property appraiser's records, but as you indicated, you weren't getting the notices.
but it's, again, it's showing that I didn't even care because nothing was taken care of. And
well, the other thing that I heard the city say is that there were 22 code enforcement cases on this property. So I understand this is a rental property, but there's also a pattern of behavior that this property is regularly had been out of compliance with the city's code. So 22 cases is a lot. You're only here for a reduction on 4, but is that the number I heard, sir? It was 22 cases?
Correct.
Okay, so.
But again, I wasn't being properly notified.
Well, that's actually not correct. You were being notified based on the address that the city is legally required to send you the notices to. You just weren't getting them because you didn't have the property appraiser's site updated correctly, or you didn't confirm with them. So I'm willing to grant the reductions. I don't know what your position on the 15,000. That seems in the 3 cases with the huge liens, that seems like a very significant reduction. You've been generating income from these properties. Some of these cases go all the way back to, I think, 2010, 2011. These are very, very old cases. 07 is the last case. Anything further you'd like me to hear?
No?
Okay, anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, I'm gonna do them, I guess, one at a time so the record is clear. In case CE 16030024, I'm gonna reduce the previous lien amount from 119,300 down to 15,000, payable within 90 days. In case CE 100100087, I'm gonna reduce the prior bifurcated lien amounts, which totaled 5550, down to 2,000, payable within 90 days.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that one, Special Magistrate?
Yes, that's CE 100100087. That's the one that was bifurcated. I'm going to reduce the total, which was 5550, down to 2,000, payable again within 90 days. In the third case, CE 11080047, I'm going to reduce the prior lien amount from $283,800 down to $15,000, payable within 90 days. And then in the final case, CE 07060363, I'm going to reduce the prior lien amount from $474,400 down again to $15,000, payable within 90 days. That reduces almost over, I think my math was wrong the first time, it's almost $900,000 in liens reduced significantly. So I hope that gets you in a better position to deal with these. But I do have to be respectful of the number of cases that the city has had to deal with on a property that's generating revenue. So I hope the reductions are helpful to you, and I just wish you the best of luck going forward.
What's
okay?
the total of those?
It would be 47,000. So almost $1 million worth of liens down to $47,000.
Can I have more than 90 days to pay that?
What's the city's position?
We don't have no objection to that, Magistrate.
What's your recommendation? Do you have a 6 month or one? I think the longest I've heard is a year. Is that?
The longest is a year, but I don't know
How much time do you need? 6 months?
It's 6 months, yeah.
Okay, so I'll reopen all those cases and change the amount. So that'd be in case CE. Let me start with the first one. 16030024, 15,000, payable within 180 days. CE 100100087, $2,000, payable within 180 days. CE 11080047, 15,000, payable within 180 days. And finally, CE 07060363, 15,000, payable within 180 days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next case number 46700 Upland Road, CE 14120240. Write your email address. Yeah. You don't, not just the email.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 700 Upland Road was originally cited December 15, 2014. They were cited for unpermitted work of framing, drywall, electrical, plumbing, and remodeling of one of the bathrooms on the property. A stop work order was issued on December 11, 2014. That went to a special magistrate hearing April 1st, 2015. The fine was ordered to start May 5th, 2015 at $100 a day. That ran for 2,892 days for a total of $289,200, and that was complied on April 5th, 2023. It's the same owner, 9 cases with code enforcement under their ownership. We did enter a stipulation agreement with the representative's attorney for 10%. Or $28,920 payable within 10 days.
I mean, we can give it at least 30, if not
Great.
more. Yeah.
Do you
30
have a
days.
signed stipulation, or what is the request of me, just to acknowledge it, or you want me to issue an order reducing it?
It would be, you would do an order just like normal, and you would just confirm with him that that was.
Okay,
the
so you don't have,
agreement.
I just want to make sure you didn't have a signed document
Correct, yes,
prepared. Okay, your name, sir?
My name is Matthew Scott. I'm an attorney for the property owner, and yes, I can confirm that we stipulated to that
So you're going to
in agreement.
agreement with the 28920, is that what you said?
28920, yes, ma'am.
Payable within 30 days? Is that what the parties are agreeing to?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. An easy one. Anything further from either side?
No, thank you very much to
ma'am.
staff and city attorney. We appreciate it.
All right, thank you. And CE 141200240, I'll reduce the previous balance of $289,200 to $28,920 payable within 30 days.
Number 23, 711 Macy Street, CE 210800085.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property at 711 Mason Street was originally cited August 6, 2021. They were cited for interior renovations done without required permits and inspections. A stop work order was issued. It's the same owner, 2 cases with code enforcement under their ownership. This went to a magistrate hearing January 5th, 2022. It was ordered for the fine to start as of March 7th, 2022 for a daily fine of $100. It ran for 473 days for a total of $47,300. This was complied on June 23rd, 2023. The city requests the reduction amount at 15% or $7,095.
Your name, sir?
My name is Dennis Yarbrough.
Thank you, sir. What's your relation to Hickson Properties LLC?
I'm a co-owner with my mother, Donna Hickson.
Okay, very good. You're the co-owner. Thank you. So you've heard the city's position.
Yes, and and Marcus, I appreciate the 15% offer. I was hoping for a little better. Humbly, I've had a great deal of hardship since acquiring this property. Like both, well, actually, all 4 of my parents had fallen ill, like soon after acquiring. My mother with a fibrosis condition, and I wasn't able to be as attentive to this as required. Subsequently, all in the same time, my father had a steep decline in Alzheimer's, and in January we were supposed to go visit my father, but I'd then broken my foot and was unable to go and unable to attend. At the time, I'd been caring for my mother as well as trying to bring about this property. We did pull permits for it, though I was unaware of the because it's in an LLC, the owner builder was not applicable. I then in the hardship with ill mother, broken foot, as Joe Valdez requested or required that I got a contractor. I was able to do that, though he wasn't able to get to the job for months because he was still quite backlogged in COVID to take over the project. So that puts us somewhere in, I believe, March of 2022. Around the time of the magistrate hearing, I broke my foot and was bedridden for actually 6 to 8 weeks. Broke my leg on the 19th of May. My father died the 19th of May. And then my mother had emergency surgery when I came back from the funeral in early July. They found cancer. She had a hole in her stomach, and they saved her life. And she's subsequently gone through chemotherapy and has recovered from that, and but is still confined to her home on oxygen. And I spent I work and have a wife and 2 daughters, and I do the best I can to be there for everybody. And in this instance, I was not able to stay up to task on the appointments and the paperwork, and I was in a great deal of distress, and I may have had some miscommunication with the contractor I had hired that he was aware of existing permits on this property perhaps, but in any case, it was never my intention to be delinquent in anything. Frankly, my mother and I were happy to have the state for some closure on it. And I was shocked about the sum upon the CO in July.
Okay, and this is a rental, right, I presume?
Yes, it's possible we may move my mom there at some point. It's a 2-1. It's actually quite lovely.
Okay.
And I don't know if medical documents are necessary.
No, you don't need to permit. Your testimony is sufficient. You don't need to enter them unless you have a strong desire to do that. Your
No.
testimony is more than sufficient there.
Thank you. In any case, it's been difficult. That 1.5 year time was, let alone the family trouble, hard for me to move, and it was a time I lacked a great deal of pride.
No, I understand that. I'm sorry for your loss. I understand, it certainly sounds like there was a lot going on at that time. From the city's position, I guess it looks like this went for, you said it was cited originally on January 5th, 2022, was that right? So just about a year?
August 6th, 2021 is when it was
August
cited.
6th, okay.
I think that would have been the time of the window inspection.
And the city, just so you understand, the city's actually, typically they'd ask for 25% in these cases because you are the, air quotes, the violator. You're the owner that was responsible for the violation. The recommendation is lower than is typical, just so you understand that.
Yes, ma'am.
How much money did you put into getting the property, the permits and all that done, the work done?
I mean, I don't,
Just ballpark, it doesn't have to be exact.
I mean, I want to say probably maybe 100, certainly 100,000, maybe 125. It felt like
Okay.
it's hard to account for the time as well.
All right, anything further from you, sir?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anything further from the city?
No, ma'am.
All right, in case CE 2108-0085, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $47,300 down to $3,500. How much time do you need to pay that?
Thank you very much. 30 days would be
Okay,
great.
$3,500 within 30 days.
Thank you.
All right, best of luck to you, sir.
Case number 25864 Blue Ridge Circle, CE 22070266.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address at 864 Blue Ridge Circle was originally cited July 25th, 2022. They were cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Same ownership, 3 cases with code enforcement, and service was achieved by posting on this particular case. This went to Special Magistrate hearing on September 7th, 2022. It was ordered for the fine to start as of October 11th, 2022 at $200 a day. It ran for 242 days for a total of $48,400 and was complied June 10th, 2023. City requests a reduction of 15% of the lien to $7,260.
Your name, sir?
Benjamin Jean.
And your relation, are you counsel or are you owner? What's your
No,
relation?
we manage the property for the owner.
Your property manager? Okay, very good. So you've heard what the city has said. What's your response, or what additional information do you have?
Yeah, so we've managed this property for a number of years. We've always been in compliance. We have about 14 other LLCs that we have BTRs with, which are all paid on time. I still don't have an exact understanding of how it didn't get paid. It seems like it was just an error. I'm not here to say that, give you some excuse. And yes, again, we also noticed that the location where we were being notified was incorrect. As soon as we received notice, as you can see, it hasn't been running that long, we took immediate action and resolved the matter. And so I've sort of been jotting down, and I see that the BTR doesn't seem to be the most violent of offenses. We're asking for 3.5%, as others have been given, so about $1,500 would be.
And let me just ask the code officer, with the 3 other cases, those were non-BTR or those were BTR?
Those were various different.
But not the same?
Correct.
Not the same violations, okay. And you said, sir, you have 14 other sites, is that right?
Say again?
Other different LLCs for owners, yes,
But
within the
different
city,
rentals,
correct.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And you've owned it since 2015, okay. So I agree with you, the rental, I appreciate the testimony that you have other sites in the city that you haven't had this problem on. Again, as you heard, you're an astute listener. This is not an instance where the neighbors are being particularly affected. This is a paperwork issue. So I would agree with you in that sense that based on the gravity, sometimes the fine amounts exceed and become disproportionate with what's actually going on. However, I do, as I told the prior respondent, I have to, a violation is a violation, as they say. So I can't totally undermine the city's code enforcement process, because that doesn't help anybody. There are rules and regulations in place for very good reasons. BTR and certificate of use happens to be one. But in this case, unless you have anything further from me, either party.
Well,
I do have a quick question, actually.
Sure.
So was there a reason that ours was 200 a day versus 100?
I'll let the city respond to that.
that's specifically just what the code officer who issued the violation asked the magistrate for.
And the fine amount could have been what?
I mean, technically, it could be as high as $5,000 a day if he
I'm
chooses
just
to
curious. That
accept
was the
it.
first I heard. So
Correct.
No, we respect the city. We appreciate it. We're not trying to dodge anything. It was an error.
All right, so with that, I appreciate your testimony, sir. In case CE 22070266, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $48,400 to $1,750, payable within, do you need 90 days?
30 days is fine.
30 days, okay, sir, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Number 27, 711 North Rosemary Avenue, CE 16050386.
I'm sorry, what number was that, 27?
Yes.
27.
Thank you.
All right, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 711 North Rosemary Avenue was originally cited May 12, 2016. They were cited for windows and doors that needed to be installed and made weathertight, trash and debris on the property, no address characters listed on the property, overgrowth of the grass of the property, as well as paint needed on the building to the structure. This went to a special magistrate hearing July 6, 2016. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of August 8, 2016 at $100 a day. It ran for 2,390 days for a total of $239,000. And this was complied on February 23rd, 2023. Service was achieved by certified mailing. The city requests, this was done under the previous owner of the property. So the city is requesting a 15% reduction, or $35,850.
$35,850 is what you said? Thank you. Your name, sir, for the record?
Darnell Gardner.
Thank you, sir.
He said 38,500.
35,850, I think is what I heard. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And sir, what's your relation to Institutional Mortgage Funding, Inc.?
None, I don't have no relation.
Oh, that's the prior owner?
Correct.
It's prior owner,
Okay.
correct.
I'm sorry. Yep, 7-Eleven. I got you here. So you've heard the city's position. What's your response?
Did you, when I fill out the application, did you guys receive a big packet that came with the application? Because I did submit it with the application.
We'll look that up in just a second.
I'm sorry?
We're gonna look that up, sure.
Okay. And I can send you, well, you saw the before, this is the after pictures. I can, if that's okay, if I can give that.
Go ahead and give them to the code officer, and then he'll show them to the city attorney, and then if there's no objection, I'll take a look. Thank you. Any objections to these? Okay, very good. So while they're looking up, I guess they're looking for what was submitted with the application. So these are the after photos. Looks like you did quite a bit of work.
Spent a lot of money, Your Honor.
Okay. What's the ballpark on the amount of money you spent?
Right now, over $300,000.
Okay.
I'm still almost finished getting the CO, certificate of occupancy. I'm thinking by the end of November, December.
So you're very close then, yeah?
Very
Okay.
close. So I'm spending more money as we speak.
Okay.
And also on record, I put in another permit application to build a restaurant on the other side. And that's going to be an additional, and I have that.
In this building or in a different
Yes,
building?
in that building.
Okay.
So one half is going to be my office, the other half is going to be a restaurant, and the vacant lot there, where I send you a side view, photo of, is going to be outside patio. And seating.
Okay.
And I can give this if you want to.
And what's that? That's your plans or?
Yeah, well, I have the plans already submitted.
Okay.
I got to make that payment, which I'll be making a payment. But it's an additional, probably close to $200,000 that I'll be spending on the property.
And when you bought it, did you know about the liens when you bought it?
Okay, so I inherit the violations. I do have an original sworn affidavit from the property owner that the property was in good standing. My girlfriend, she just left. She should be here in a few minutes, and I do have that sworn, notarized affidavit that he said the property was in good standing.
Okay. Oh, and you bought it by quitclaim, so they didn't do any kind of warranties.
What, and put the cherry on top, the brother was actually the attorney that closed the deal. So,
The plot thickens, as they say, huh, sir?
But I want to give this so you can look at this as well.
Go ahead, yeah, sir, go ahead and give that to him, that's fine.
You know where it is?
And what was, while they're looking, what was in the application? Was it just additional documents that you wanted to be seen here?
Yeah, it was about a 100-page document. Okay. So it was a 100-page document detailing the process I went through from beginning to where it's at today. So it's a lot of information that I wish that they had with this, so you can actually review it and take a look at it.
Okay.
It was very detailed, and it pretty much tells a lot about the property and what I inherited as well.
Special Magistrate, we're going to physically go find that application he's discussing. It's normally in the system, and for some reason, this particular application, I apologize, sir, isn't picking up in the system.
Can I, you want to come back to me then, or?
No, that's okay. She's not going too far, right? She'll be back in a few minutes, or should we
We could
proceed to the next one and then call him back?
If we could recess this one and go to
Okay,
the next
that's
one,
fine.
I apologize.
If you're
sir.
okay with that, sir, if
Yeah.
you're okay with waiting a few more moments? Okay, so with that, we'll move to the next one and keep this case open until the city staff returns with the documents.
Okay, the next respondent is actually here for 4 cases, but they're 4 different addresses, so we'll just go with one at a time. Number 32921 Avon Road, CE 19090399. Number 32921 Avon Road.
I believe this gentleman would need to be sworn in, Magistrate.
Were you both sworn in?
He was not. He came in a little afterwards.
Can you raise your right hand for me, sir?
Stand up, Mike.
Stand up, thank you, sir. Do you swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Thank you very much, sir. Go ahead.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 921 Avon Road was originally cited September 24th, 2019. They were cited for needing sod in the front yard. This property went to magistrate hearing December 4th, 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start as of January 6, 2020. That was ordered for $100 a day. It ran for 436 days for a total of $43,600, and that was complied March 17th, 2021. This is the new owner of the property, from what I was able to see. There's only been one previous case for the previous owner. Service was achieved by way of posting. So the city is requesting a reduction of 15% or $6,540.
All right, your name, sir?
Matt Jacobson on behalf of the applicant, and I'd just like to correct the record, Magistrate. My client is here who was the former property owner. Property
Okay.
subsequently sold. And we promptly complied, and if I may.
I guess before you do that, let me
Go
just be clear. So you represent the former owner, the violator.
And more specifically, Magistrate, my client acquired the property with the mulch in place, and I'm told that properties around the area had similar mulch. He was cited for this during his ownership, and then promptly tried to correct it and navigate the process.
Okay. So you've heard the city's position. They're willing to reduce it to 15%. What's your response?
Respectfully, Magistrate, we'd request that the fine be reduced to $2,500, given the gravity of the situation, the fact that other properties on the street similarly had mulch, and the general nature of the issue.
In ballpark, what did your client spend on, I guess, resodding? Is that what they did? They put grass down?
My client reports that the cost was about $6,000 because there was irrigation and other matters that had to be put in order to correct the issue.
Does the city have a response to his $2,500 offer?
Magistrate, the city would like to counter with 4,000.
Okay,
I'm going to caucus with my client.
sure.
We'd like to propose $3,000 to meet in the middle, Magistrate.
Bit of a tennis match we have going on today.
The city will accept that, ma'am. 3,000.
3,000, okay. All right. In case CE 19090399, I'll reduce the fine from 43,600 to 3,000. How many days do you need? Can you pay that in 30 days?
Yes, Magistrate, and is there any way to get a copy of the order today so we could get it submitted and paid promptly?
That is a question for the staff person at the end, I
We'll
believe
email it
so.
today, that order, yeah.
And if need be, we can send someone to pick it up as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next one.
So
going back
special
to the-
magistrate, I don't know how do you
Sorry.
want to do this. We did, on the recessed case, we did locate the document that the gentleman discussed. I don't know if you want to continue.
Given there's
with the-
3 others, sir, would you mind
Sure, we'll step
that I
down.
retake that case so that he can, since you have so many other cases? I appreciate that, sir. Thank you.
Back to number 27, 711 North Rosemary Ave, CE 16050386.
Thank you. And as I'm looking through this, sir, whatever you want to tell me to just give me the sort of overview, feel free to do that.
Okay. It pretty much tells you the process that I went through with the property. Shows you some detailed photos and before and after. And the current picture I'm sending you now is actually the recent. I took it today, this morning. So
These ones?
yes, ma'am.
Okay,
I
very
took
good.
that this morning. Also, Your Honor, I'd like to go ahead and submit this document, this affidavit, and it was explained that the previous owner signed that this property was in good standing. So I inherited the violations of not knowing what I was getting myself into. So I'd like to submit this to you guys for review, if that's okay.
Sure, give it to the city code officer and he'll give it to the city attorney. Do you know what the value of the site is right now?
The value of
The property, yeah, with
no,
your,
I haven't gotten appraisal done.
okay.
'Cause I'm still renovating and also with it's still a value-added property. So when I actually finish the restaurant, it'll be up there in the range.
And you're intending, you said, to inhabit half the building as your office, is that correct,
Yes,
right?
I plan on holding this property. I'm not getting rid of it.
What was that, I'm sorry, sir?
I'm holding this property. I'm not selling the property.
Okay,
So this
very
is going to
good.
be something that's long-term. Also, if you look in the current recent picture I sent you of the property, you see one of the doors that is boarded up. I experienced some burglary recently, a few months ago, prior to getting this building to where it
All
is
the way
today.
open, yeah.
So the challenges I've been going through with the community and also materials, it's been a lot. It's been a challenge, but I'm up for the challenge.
Okay. Do you own any other property in the city?
No.
This is your only one, okay.
Yes. I want to own more.
Don't we all?
Yes. Also, I'd like to give you something as well. This is something that we actually did. I'm a man in the community. We actually had a book bag drive. I hosted the first one in the Northwest near the Sunset Lounge near Heart Soul Park. I actually got in the community and helped the community and supported the community with this book bag drive and free food and giveaways. So I'd like to just give that to you as well. So this building is actually bringing some great, it's bringing a great source for the community as well.
Thank you, sir.
and it has an itemized, in that packet, it has an itemized what what I had spent.
Thank you. I see that all in this booklet that you provided. Does the city have any response hearing all the testimony from the new owner?
The city would just like to reiterate that, again, it has no objection to the affidavit. However, the affidavit is not a complete due diligence when buying the property. Using the affidavit in lieu of a true title search, the title search probably most definitely would have revealed, you know, the code enforcement case. So, you know, every property owner certainly has the obligation to do, you know, a complete due diligence to know about what they're going to get into. But, you know, that being said, you know, we totally recognize what the gentleman is indicating otherwise in terms of all those factors that we take into account in our code section 2639, including the community involvement, you know, the increased, you know, expenses that they put into fixing up the property, etc.
And I appreciate that. So one thing I can just say to that, add to that, is his brother was actually the closing agent. So some information, and I get that, I'm supposed to do that, but when you entrust in an attorney to do the proper, go through the proper process and get everything documented and make sure it's a good deal, and they I'm not going to say they got me, but you know, it's a lesson learned. Also, one thing that this building is going to bring also is going to bring jobs in the community. So once I'm done, one side is going to be construction, which we're going to have some, like, it's going to be almost like an incubator / a place where people can go in the community to come to, trying to get some skills, get some skill sets, and also we'll be able to get them some jobs. And on the other side, with the restaurant, we're going to be hiring in the neighborhood as well.
Okay. I appreciate that, and I appreciate all the information that you've compiled to build your case here, that you not only submitted with your application, but that you also brought here this morning. I certainly see a significant improvement from where the building used to be to what it is now. I want to commend you on the efforts that you undertook to get through that process and the expense. And I certainly hope that your business is successful going forward and that your building is successful. I appreciate the return on investment both to the community and also to the property values in the neighborhood. So I commend you on that, because it's not an easy thing to get a building that's in less than ideal shape to the point where it is now, very close to CO. So that's you should be commended for that. To the city attorney's point, going forward, I hope you take not doing title work. I hope you learn that lesson, and I hope you don't repeat that, because that can be a very, very dangerous thing. In this case, it's a code enforcement lien, but you would be shocked at some of the things that I've seen uncovered on properties that were not transferred with all the due diligence that's required. So I appreciate what you've done here. I understand that this was the previous owner's issue, so I'm going to reduce the fine significantly. I'm going to reduce it further than the city is recommending. I'm going to reduce in case CE 16050386. I'm going to reduce the lien from $239,000 down to $12,000. How much time do you need to pay that?
Well, well, I came here for zero.
You're pretty close to zero.
Yeah, well, I mean, so the monies I put in and the money I'm still putting in, $12,000 is actually going to hurt me to finish what I need to do, and also move forward with what I'm trying to do. So if we cannot reach a zero agreement, is there any way that this can be reverted back to the original owner?
No, so unfortunately, I mean, legally, you can withdraw your request to mitigate, but I'm not going to grant a complete reduction. As I told the previous respondents, the city's code enforcement process is in place for a reason. Their codes are on the books for a reason. Zero is not a tenable number. it's a significant fine amount, but even a reduction to 12,000 is a significant reduction. So, I mean, you can certainly withdraw your request to mitigate. I don't know, that's,
Can y'all be in favor of 1,500?
I'll let the city respond, but I'll let you respond.
No, Magistrate, the city is not in agreement with that.
And can I ask why? If that's okay?
And I mean, his recommendation, just so you're clear, is 15% is their typical if you're not the violator. If you are the violator, they recommend typically 25%. But even at 15%, their number is almost $36,000. So I am going to grant you a more significant reduction than even they're recommending. Because I understand the amount of money you put into the site, but I also understand that this is going to be a revenue-generating building going forward. So, I commended you on your efforts to get the property up to compliant, and I think to kind of find the balance between the fact that you purchased the property with a significant lien on it without knowing that. I mean, you may have recourse against the person you bought the property from in terms of recovery of funds or. I don't know what the legality of the affidavit, but, I have to kind of find that balance between keeping intact the city's code enforcement process and taking into consideration all the steps that you've taken and all the money that you've invested in the site to get the site to where you want it to be moving forward. So, again, my reduction is going to be from $239,000 to $12,000. I'll give you 180 days to pay that, to give you as much time as I can. And I wish you nothing but the best in terms of your projects going forward. You can approach and take your documents as well. Thank you, sir.
Just make sure that we get back the original lien reduction application.
Can I have that back for just 1 second? Let me just take the package that they got that you don't have to go anywhere. You can stay, sir.
Thank you.
I just removed the documents you submitted with the application. Thank you, sir.
Okay, number 42, 425 East Lakewood Road, CE 200800183.
I just want to say thank you, sir, for waiting
Sure.
in
Thank
between
you.
your cases. Thank you.
All right, Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 425 East Lakewood Road was originally cited August 13th, 2020. They were cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use for a fence installed without a permit. For unpermitted use, there was in the property, I guess, a room being rented as an apartment without proper documentation and certification of that. This went to a hearing October 7th, 2020. It was ordered for the fine to start running November 9th, 2020 at $100 a day. It ran for 702 days for a total of $70,200, and this was complied October 12th, 2022. This again was the previous owner. So city requests a reduction of 15% of that lien for a total of $10,530.
All right, name again for the record, sir?
Matt Jacobson on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, and thank you again for waiting, sir.
Sure, Magistrate. If I may, my client acquired the property with these issues in place. There was a tenant in the property, and before the changes could be made, specifically to the unpermitted game room that he inherited, had to cause the tenant to vacate after the lease expired. Promptly after the tenant vacated, made the necessary changes, had the inspection, removed the fence, et cetera, and brought the property into compliance. But this was driven by the fact that the tenant that my client inherited and the property that my client inherited was unwilling to allow the changes to be made until they had vacated.
Okay, so you've heard the city's request in terms of monetary reduction. What's your response?
I'm going to check with my client for one moment. We respectfully request that the lien be reduced to $3,500, Your Honor, given the facts and circumstances.
I guess let me ask you one question. Your client bought the property with the lien on it, knowing there was a lien?
No, sorry, and I want to be clear on this, Your Honor. My client acquired the property, subsequently sold the property after the violation had been brought into compliance. But
So who do you represent in this one?
I represent the applicant, former owner, Your Honor.
The TRB Arcadia?
Correct.
Okay, very good. And you inherited the violation from Zalde's Investments, I guess?
No, so what specifically what happened, my client acquired the property with the tenant, with these existing issues, and then subsequently was cited during his ownership. And then once he learned of the existence of the issues, caused the tenant to vacate once the lease expired and made the changes.
Okay. I followed you from there. I just wasn't sure who you were in this case representing. This one's a difficult one because this is not, you didn't mow your lawn. This is like having a rental unit that you're not supposed to have in violation of the city's code. So this one's a little bit more severe in terms of the gravity of the violation.
I think the mitigant, magistrate, is that my client acquired it with these issues in tow. And so, of course, we recognize that that the issues were existing during his ownership, but that, he made prompt steps once he could. And, as I said, didn't create the problem, but inherited them.
I understand that. Does the city have any response? Oh, they're conferring, sorry.
My apologies, Magistrate, I didn't hear your question.
His response is that his tenant sort of inherited the problem, or his client rather. I just wanted to see if you had anything else to add to that.
No, ma'am.
Okay, very good. All right, in case CE 200800183, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $70,200 down to $5,000, payable within 30 or 60 days?
30 days should be fine, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Payable within 30 days.
Number 43, 332 Walton Boulevard, CE 190300375.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. And the property at 332 Walton Boulevard was originally cited on March 28th, 2019. They were cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. This went to a magistrate hearing June 5th, 2019. It was ordered for the fine to start running as of July 8th, 2019 at $200 a day. That ran for 394 days for a total of $78,800. This was complied on August 5th, 2020. The city is requesting, in this case, a reduction of 10% for $7,880.
Go ahead, sir.
Matt Jacobson on behalf of the applicant, the former owner. Property's subsequently been sold. We respectfully request that the lien be reduced to $1,750, given the nature of the violation and the fact that it didn't affect the health and safety or otherwise materially impact the neighbors.
So you represent Lion Equity Investments?
Correct, Magistrate.
Okay. How many properties does your client own in the city that are rentals?
At one point, Your Honor, it was over 30. Currently, amongst his family members, it's 4.
Okay. The difficulty I have on this one is, this one is, I agree with you, the gravity of a BTR violation is typically less severe than other violations of city code. However, if you have a habit of not obtaining BTRs and you own multiple properties in the city, that becomes a different case, a different scenario. So I'm in agreement with you. I guess I'll ask the city code officer if there are any other cases on this one. Typically, you give me a heads up if there were any other violations on this property during his ownership. Was this the only one?
This was the only one under his ownership. ma'am.
Okay.
And if I may, Magistrate, I would just say that this was an oversight given the number of properties he owns, rather than, avoiding any compliance.
All right, in case CE 19030375, I'm going to reduce the lien amount from 78,800 to 3,500 payable within 30 days.
And lastly, number 44, 230 Murray Road, CE 1804032.
Officer Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 230 Murray Road was originally cited April 18th, 2018 for the same violation, rental license and certificate of use violation, not having one on the property. This, again, was done under the previous owner. And there are two different cases with code enforcement under their ownership. For this specific case, a service was achieved by certified mailing and regular mailing. This went to a magistrate hearing May 23rd, 2018. It was ordered for the fine to start as of June 22nd, 2018, for a total of $100 a day. It ran for 775 days for a total of $77,500 and was complied August 5th, 2020. City is requesting a reduction of 10% for $7,750.
Go ahead, sir.
Matt Jacobson on behalf of the applicant, former owner. Similar, my response is similar, but I also have some backstory on this one, Magistrate. My client acquired the property previously with a tenant in place. The lease expired, and my client entered into a purchase and sale agreement with the tenant. The tenant was going to acquire the property. The PSA fell through after repeated attempts to try and close, and my client was undertaking to sell to the tenant, which is occupant, and there was an oversight about the BTR. So, but there were some mitigating circumstances vis-a-vis the relationship with the tenant and the attempts to sell to the tenant. And my client, during that time, was communicating that to the city. But of course, that is no excuse for failure to have a BTR. There was no real lease in place during after the lease expired. It was a pre-occupancy pursuant to the PSA. But nonetheless, I thought you should be aware of that, Magistrate.
Okay, I appreciate that, sir. Thank you. And the city's testimony is there's two other cases associated with this site?
Correct.
Okay. All right, anything further from you, sir?
Regarding the two other cases, would you be able to shed light on what those are, just for my benefit?
I don't have documentation with me on
That's
those
okay.
other two cases.
Okay.
Anything further from either side?
No, ma'am.
I would offer
230 Murray.
7,500 to mitigate this, Magistrate.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, in case CE 180403322, I'm going to reduce the fine amount from $77,500, similar to the reduction in the prior case, to $3,500 payable within 30 days.
That's acceptable.
All right, best of luck to you. Thank you. Anything further? That was the last one? All right, with that, we'll stand adjourned at 1:58. Thank you.